What's going on, everybody? Thank you for coming in. This is another edition of Bassheads We All Started Somewhere, open panel. Tonight's discussion how's everybody doing tonight? I don't know if this is going to be a real long show, but go like this, and add this, and go like that. The way it works even better. This is smarter thinking. Sorry. Still learning new tricks. But there we go, a smaller version of it. There we go. What's up, Audio Life? How's Jay doing tonight? Since it is an open panel, you go like this for the basshead community. So oh man. Damn, Jay. That sucks. That really sucks. So, with the wiring set up how it sits, this is for a dual alternator system, where one alternator is powering the D2400, one alternator is powering the two D7500s. But at the same time, with the setup like this, well, any setup, if you have your mids and highs isolated, kind of like this setup is, you can disconnect the A, which is the 120 amp fuse, and that will shut down all your mids and highs. So you'd just be pounding on a single sub, which for this setup. And you've only really got fuse block D, fuse block A, B, C, and D are your fuse blocks. X is your ground block, which is, yeah. I should have used a different color for the RCA cables than blue and black, but sorry. Damn. See, then I have to feel really responsible because I had you sitting out in the cold. And just like it doesn't make sense if wires that go from the positive terminal to fuse block D, there's no sense in that being 4 gauge. Yeah. You're just saying that because you love me. But if fuse block D for the sub amp is all aught gauge, even if it goes to a reducer right before you plug in, three gauge. Shit, I'd run 8 gauge for the actual subs, but that's me. And it all depends on what wire you're using too. So we are talking about oxygen free copper. Since nobody wants to make silver wire and gold plate it, which would be the ultimate for speaker wire or any other wire. You wouldn't have to use such a big cable if you had real silver wire with gold coating. And the gold coating is so the silver wouldn't oxidize. But if you do the ground cable from the two D75s to the amp as aught gauge, it makes perfect sense to do that hot wire aught gauge. If the wire going from the D2400 to fuse block A is aught gauge, then you'd want to bring the aught gauge, continue it to go to fuse block B, but then you're limited. Like, I'd run aught gauge there all the way to fuse block B, and then go 8 gauge because there's 3 runs coming off of fuse block B. You do 8 gauge for your runs, and it's 4 8 gauge equal 1 aught gauge cable. Should be about the same as 4 8 gauge cables. So to use anything smaller than an aught gauge to go from the D2400 battery to fuse block B would be ridiculous. Same with your ground cable off that main battery. You'd want to use both of those, would want to be aught gauge for it to work good. And then 8 gauge after those, after B and X. D, like I was saying, the fuse block D on the two D7500s and the ground cable, those should be aught gauge and then reduce down once you get to the amplifier with an actual reducer if your amp doesn't have aught gauge terminals. But you could still get away if it has something like 4 gauge terminals to feed it an aught gauge. as long as you get your reducers spread apart to where they're not causing problems between each other, or even plastic coat them all the way up to the amp. And when I say plastic coating, I'm talking like some of the heat shrink. But then I've even seen some people put a plastic barrier between, like 2 pieces of plexi with the remote cable in between the two, which is kind of bad for the poor remote cable, but whatever. And that's the one wire you do not see on this diagram. And it's just like if you're running, in my eyes, if you run that aught gauge on your amp and you've got 4 8-gauge cables coming out of that amp to your subwoofer, you shouldn't have any problems electrically. But I wouldn't expect you to run a 4-gauge to that amp and think that that's cool for your sub amp. And it just that don't make no sense to me. And another reason why I split this wiring harness up like that is because the sub amp batteries are in the bed of the truck. This is for a D21 hard body. The sub amps in the bed of the truck. The mids and highs and mid bass amp are up front, where the AC and everything used to be. But if there's no AC underneath the engine bay, there really shouldn't be an AC system parts just in the way. Might as well get rid of it. So, yeah. My 4-channel 1200.4 gets aught gauge as well. Only 4 gauge is for sub wires. Damn, Jay. 4 gauge is nuts for speaker cable. That's so much power. Because I know once I find them, I've got wiring charts for real OFC and what kind of wattage it can handle. Plus, there's Steve Mead videos showing that. With the 81, the amp dyno. That makes sense, Jay. The 3 runs OFC from the alt, or even you could even add an extra and it wouldn't hurt, and just do an aught gauge per battery. Sorry, y'all. So yeah, it's just a little video. It would be different if your battery bank was completely in the back of the car or in the back of the vehicle. The wiring diagram would look different because in the car, everybody would be hooked up to those D7500s, and all the amps would be in the trunk leaving speakers for the car and some in the trunk. And that way you can have an actual battery bank with basically like single positives and negatives, or a single positive and negative is what I should say, on your battery bank. And then you can run all your cables off of those terminals. Oh man, bugs are killing my mint bushes. I hate bugs. Sorry, I just noticed my mint doesn't look very good. Speaker wire, it all depends on the wattage. Normally tweeters we're only using like 16 gauge. Some companies use 14. Once again, I think it's all on available current through the cable. And how quality your cables are. Because if you've got some less. Oh, what up, brother? I thought you weren't feeling good.
Nah, but I figured a jump on be a little easier.
Okay, sweet. I really wish you were feeling better, bro.
It's all right, man. It's my own damn fault. I could have done it in the house, but it is what it is.
I showed Neal, but I haven't showed anybody else. A little something, sorry. Damn it. There's the problem of buying too many damn rocks.
Right?
Trying to reach in the bag for the right one. I'm going to end up pulling every damn one of them out.
Right?
But,
is there any way you can turn that down from your controller? It's just a hair loud. Give a second, brother. I'm having difficulties over here.
yeah.
My son's playing a video game, so I couldn't hear him. No, I thought you'd get a kick out of that when I was talking about the 4 gauge for subwires.
Yeah. You like this?
But again, what is that? I can't really.
Here.
That's pretty.
It's a mineral. It's called goldstone.
That's cool.
That shine right there is basically how it looks in the orange pattern. But then you have this big ass monster.
Oh, hell yeah.
which
I know I'm wrong, but that really looks like volcanic glass on the through the video.
well, here's the fun part is it's natural glass. So it is
That's cool
volcanic.
though.
Yeah.
Okay.
What I'm wanting to do is I'm wanting to cut. I'm really trying to get the shine.
That would really make a badass fuse holder. Like a fuse holder base.
Yeah,
Or
well,
like a bus bar base.
what about a base knob?
That'd be dope as fuck. But I know it would be heavy, but I think it would still be dope. Like in all honesty.
I think if you cut them thin enough, if you cut it thin enough, kind of like how this is, cut slabs like
Yeah.
that thick, doing a circle the size of the dial of the base knob wouldn't be too heavy.
Not really.
And
Now, if you hurled it out, kind of augured it out or whatever, I think then it would be heavy. But if you do like you're talking about, cut it in thin sheets, I think it wouldn't be as heavy. It
right.
probably wouldn't be as it probably wouldn't be more heavier than like say my bass knob, like that pop.
Yeah. Seeing what I was thinking is on your standard bass knobs, be able to send somebody, have them measure their bass knob.
Yeah.
Like on, for example, James, or another example would be like the Symphony or the AAB or the AAK style bass knobs.
Yeah.
And MVX and all those.
I think you could do like a pack LC1 in it, and because like those you could take apart and just have that actual like the naked version of the pack LC1, just the hardware. And
yeah,
it would be cool. And I prefer the pack LC1 over everything, to be honest with you, because there is no dead spot.
Yeah. Seeing with the oh my god, I can't believe I'm losing. I lost the word. The potentiometer, the actual knob of the potentiometer in the bass knobs.
Yeah.
What I figure is if people would give me that size, and it's a flat knob on the front, you could easily send out a stone to them and they could epoxy it on to the bass knob.
It wouldn't take much. Like even E6000 would work, or Goop or whatever would be great for epoxy.
Right. And that way nobody would be out a bass knob. You wouldn't have to send it to me or anything like that, but you could easily give me the measurement of it, have it sent, cut and then sent to you, and there would be a bass knob decoration.
I think a lot of us have gone to the remote bass wire, or bass knob, you know what I mean, with the longer leads and everything else, so we can move them around the cab versus keeping them stationary.
Yeah.
Now I don't know if that's I don't know if it's a fad or if it's just the way shit's done nowadays, but in all honesty, I prefer it.
Yeah.
Because that's one reason why I went with my bass knob versus just using the bass knob on my EQ. Because every time I start, mess with the bass cut knob on the EQ, I got to stretch my arm out all the way to the dash. And I'm tall, so my seat has to be leaned back and all the way back. So, I'm having to stretch up in that seat. I would
Dude.
rather have, something I can bring to me,
Yeah. Well, it's
and
just
that would
like,
be cool. I think the stone idea would be a really good idea.
yeah, and it's not like I couldn't get together even with people like Slam Panda and be like, yo,
And
bro,
exactly.
let
Like, I love Slam Panda. Don't get me wrong, but I won't. I don't own any of their bass knobs because for a decent Slam Panda knob, you're talking $150.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, no. I don't. Hell, bro. The Avatar amps, if you run any of the old school ATUs,
Yeah.
their bass knob is a one wire, like a mono earphone jack.
Oh wow.
You know, and
Well, I never really messed with Avatar, so
yeah, they're a little interesting. Their newest series, the newer ones, the blacktop ones, I think are actually normal Cat 5 style bass knobs.
yeah.
Which,
Well, like anything. The last time I messed with anything like Crescendo or Avatar or anything like that was, early 2000s.
yeah,
Like pretty much birthed the companies around that area, if you know what I mean.
yep.
Because I think
So you
like
see,
I think like 2002, 2003, there was like 30 different new companies out.
yeah, you see that?
I do.
That car was named Tank. It was an '89 Integra, and Boombox Mike would be sad. He'd probably be crying right now. Just
My
for the
son's over
simple fact,
like
well, just for the simple
my son's
fact,
over, my son's over here crying too.
yeah. The sad thing is Tank was not fast.
No,
It
he's
was
not
slow.
supposed to be. Not
No,
supposed to
but
be.
no, but
Supposed to be
she,
low and loud. They're slow and loud.
yeah, and she fit that profile because she was
Oh
loud.
yeah. Oh, speaking of Mr. Boombox Mike, if I get over this damn cold next week or so, we're heading down to Indiana, so I'm gonna try to stop by and see him.
Yeah,
Definitely gonna do some videos.
yeah, yeah. Well, you guys just need to go hang out together, the three of you, not including Boombox Mike, but he could go if he wants to, but knowing that he's distance. But the three of you local bass
Oh, we'd
heads.
fuck some shit up. We would fuck some shit up. Like even
Yeah,
Neal and
well,
I, we fuck shit up when we get together.
yeah, well,
Um,
you and
last
Ari
time,
and Neal need to get together with somebody
well, like
using a camera.
when I look at Aria's system, I look at my system. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Because I built a system.
yeah.
I've done all the work. And I
But I'm
really do
saying
enjoy that because
you're the only one
go
that's
ahead.
got a damn video of that system. Beside, well, yeah. To be honest,
Pretty
you're the
much.
only
I mean,
one.
yeah, Aria's got a few, but they're nothing like the ones that I have. Like the
Right.
full body flex and shit. And
Yeah.
mind you, with that thing flexing the way it is, those hawks are only on a 3K and it's only pushing out maybe because of his electrical issues, maybe 11 to 1200 watts. And it's
Yeah.
ripping that truck apart like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, on that video, if you would have looked right after Arya's videos went, and I think it's either right after or right before, and you'll see him in a Malibu, you see what it was doing to that trunk,
Yeah.
and to the dash and everything else. I was floating bags, like, not super float, but floating good enough with both my front windows open in that car.
Yeah.
I mean, the Hawks, I mean, that was a great build. I really like that build. And I love those subs, too.
Yeah.
I wouldn't call them entry level. And I'm pretty sure a lot of guys would disagree with me on that.
Yeah, well, they can't do it on this
But I
channel.
wouldn't like, no, I mean, I honestly wouldn't call them entry level. Like, maybe mid-grade pro, but that'd be about it, Like, they're not as good. They damn sure don't hit like that anyway.
This is some bullshit.
I didn't do it.
Oh, I know you didn't do it. But your packages
Yeah, they
are
sent
right.
it to the wrong address.
I just watched the fool drive by just now. How?
Oh, I yell at him all the time, too.
Hey, now you
I'll
see
stay
this
in the
one?
town and yell at him, how come my package ain't in my house?
Jay, you like that one?
Like which one?
How the hell UPS
yeah.
gonna do some dumb shit like that? WTS,
I do love the
man.
new sign, though.
Yep.
I like
and
the
then
new
we got
sign.
this one.
Ultra low base, may damage. Yep.
That's from Techmaster PEB.
Here's one thing I wanted to know. I actually wanted to ask. Now, years ago in the competitions, do you remember, like, if you were a certain decibel, you had to, like, certain shows, you had to put the warning sticker on your car that, like, warning entering this car may damage your hearing. Like, certain, like, there was different shows that I'd go to that I had to have that sticker.
Huh.
I don't see those anymore.
I know that there was some vehicles back in the day. Of course, I was never on the meter because I was more into, at that time, I was more into driving around the streets, banging like a asshat.
Right.
Yeah. At all times of the night and stuff. And
well, like I said, my first
remember going to a few and seeing decal on like the windshield and stuff, that was, decibel warning.
Well, like I said, my first system, it was not an entry-level system by any means. I actually bought it from a competitor, and this guy was, one of the loudest around at that time. So when I got into bass, I immediately went into the competitions and stuff, Yeah. Now, back in the early 90s, it was all bump off and show builds. You didn't show up with a bare MDF box, Everything had to be clean and everything else. And then the meters came around and I started metering, but I kind of always went back to bump offs.
Okay.
Because to me, that was more competitive, just rolling up on somebody and just snatching their mirror off their glass, or pulling up to them and just drowning them out,
Yeah. But see, on that note, I look at the bump off kind of like somebody told me once. I come out to your town. You are the local favorite.
Exactly.
even if my shit's 10 times louder than yours, bro, you're gonna get recognition and stuff.
Exactly. Now I know that the fairness of it. It's really not fair because hometown is always going to vote for the hometown.
Yeah.
And I did notice that a lot. Like where I would go, everybody was a hometown favorite.
Yeah.
And usually, like for the bump off, they would have like one person be a judge or two. Just to make it fair.
Yeah.
But again, I get like what you're saying because used to it was you get and the crowd votes.
Yeah.
And if you are the hometown hero, your opponent don't have a chance. He could be running. You could be running 2 6x9s and a 10, and he can roll up on you rolling 415s and 30,000 watts, and you're still gonna win.
Yep.
If it's fair, if the judging is unbiased, then yeah, I want to do the bump off.
And that's where they have an actual setup for the meter. Instead of just doing SPL hits, or how much bass does your ride have for the next 5 minutes straight, which is actually part of the death match. But
yeah,
I almost wonder if there was something other than Ayaska, Mecca. Sweet,
yeah.
he's here.
I've also noticed, like, there's not as many bass shows or competitions.
Hell no.
As there used to be. You know what I mean? Like, I remember, like, we hit 2 or 3 shows in a weekend, or especially during the summer. During the summer, we were all over the place for shows, And now, like, I live in northern Wisconsin. For me to find,
have a good day. Sorry, Jay.
Like, for me to find a really good show, like a bigger show, I have to drive 5, 6 hours away. Used to, you just drive to the next town over. Like I was asking.
Look at this kid.
They live in Denver.
I really hope. I need to start really getting okay.
What's up, you sexy motherfucker, you?
So, guess what came in today, boys?
I'm jealous. I will be honest, bro. I'm a little jealous.
Yeah, well, what's funny is this box is supposed to be checked off. So, up, wrong side. There's here. Now I need some steel and some copper.
And you got Mr. Boombox in there hiding from people at work.
Yep.
That's my favorite song from now on. Is I ain't never do shit at work.
Now all I need is, like I said, steel for the cage, copper for the bus bars, a lithium bank regulator, which I need to buy a 12 run, because you know how you separate your how they separate the banks.
Yeah.
And each one of the banks has a regulator on it, voltage regulator. I need to separate the banks like that, but I need one to do 12, because that's what the whole bank's going to be when it gets done. It's not just going to
Yeah,
be 36 cells, it's going to be 72 cells.
I'm still debating on whether to go lithium or not. If it's just in a base ride that I'm not going to drive daily, I would probably go with lithium. But I like the safety of AGM for a daily driver.
So if y'all go to lithium, send me your ATM.
What's that, Mike? You broke up a little bit, buddy.
Yeah, I'd say I got a pretty bad connection.
I got
That we
bad
heard you fine.
connection.
It didn't
Sounded
sound
like a
that bad
robot.
for me. I heard.
Well, with his
I'd say
bad
I got
connection
that.
and my bad connection, it's horrible.
Yeah, Jason, you're breaking up to me.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
broke up a little bit there.
But anyway, Jason, you need to switch to lithium and send me your ATM.
No, you need to switch to lithium and send me your AGMs.
I'll tell you
Mike
what,
just
Jeff,
that big bang.
Jeff switches lithium and I get his AGM, I'll send you my AGM.
But I got more AGM than you do.
Yeah, but you can stand to use 3 more D1200s.
I always could. I don't know where I would put them.
On the roof?
I almost have to. I mean, you've seen how tight my trunk is. I could
Bro.
float. I could actually float 4 more, but I'd have to float them over the other 4.
Or do like I'm saying. Because I was thinking.
In all honesty, let's be completely honest about it. I wish the shows would let us bring trailers.
Yeah.
No joke. I'd have a small Airstream or like a real small. Remember the old tiny like cargo trailers that looked like the Airstreams back in the day? I'd have something like that packed full of AGM, or hell, even lithium. You would never have to worry about running out of power.
Right.
This is what I think would be cool. So, like, when you go to the shows, you get put Street 1, Street 2, whatever, extreme. So, like, you both are familiar with forklifts, right? And how, like, a forklift battery gets hooked and unhooked with that little connector, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So, what if you rolled into a lane and you had that connector hooked up to whatever battery in your car, but you connected it to a power supply that was preset and you couldn't go, and everybody was on the exact same power, and you never did from that power, and that whole class was that on that power range.
That would be dope.
Yeah.
That would bring competition down to the box builder and the cabin design. And that would make a real competition.
And some.
But that's just my personal
opinion. Because we all know not all subs are created equally.
Amen.
Amen.
And that is kind of sad. Like, you find one brand you like, but they don't have the design that you like, or the power rating that you like, or whatever, the specs you don't like. But if you had one company that did a little bit of everything, to me that would be a lot better.
And here, you know what company comes into play when you're talking about that?
Don't make me shoot myself, Mikey.
You're going to.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bash. I'm sorry.
You go to our website. And they've got an affordable speaker in every size and every power range that you can pretty much ask for. Are they the best? I'm not going to say that, but I don't think they're the worst either.
What company, Mikey?
Scar.
Okay.
They've got affordable 8s, 10s, 12s, 15s, 18s. They've got a very wide variety of 800 watt to 2,000 watt subs.
Well, at the same time, me staying brand loyal, but I could say Alfred Audio Group too, because you've got the Hannibal series, you've got the Machete series, you've got the Avatar series, you've got the Apocalypse series, you've got the Black Hydra if you're really into SQL and your pockets are deep, or if you want to have a long
deep pockets. Man, you need deep pockets and a deep vault to afford those.
No, you don't, brother.
If I want one of those,
Well,
I'm just gonna identify one of Donald Trump's kids.
There you go.
see, that would be my Black Hydra build. Would be Donald
Right?
Trump's kids.
So does the Alfred line offer an 8 to 18 auto?
What'd you say? Do they offer an 18 what?
Do they offer an 8 to an 18 and everything?
Okay. You're right.
Now, I'm not saying the Scar
In America,
in each one of their categories, but they do have an 8 to an 18 in pretty much everybody's price range and RMS range. Just please don't buy an EVL.
What, Scar Audio?
Yeah.
Okay. See, now that's something that we're not really bashing or unbashing or anything like that. But
oh shit, what you got, boy?
But it's a true it's a true discussion point, you know, and a good topic for one of these open mic nights too is, you know, there's got to be a lot of different lines, companies that have multiple lines, at least the bigger companies, you know, versus doing something. But then there's my thing is, it may not be what size speaker, it may not be what amount of RMS. I might personally be just looking for frequency response. And
or looks.
I don't well, there is
what
one.
I mean is like to go with what you're saying is like when you're buying subs, amps, whatever, okay, sometimes it's not always about power. Sometimes it's not always about what frequency range or, you know, how much RMS or how much they weigh or anything like that. A lot of the times, and even Mikey can kind of collaborate on this, sometimes it's all about the look, you know. Like which sub looks the coolest, which, you know, if I'm going to import them, what basket looks the best, you know?
Those Audiobahn chrome baskets from back in the day.
The flamed ones, yeah, those were dope. Or the Petra or Alley. I mean, I'm kind of biased when it comes to Petra Prowler, but back in the day, that claw going across the 15 or an 18 with the yellow outline and then the purple slash through it that said Petra, you know, that to me, those were the coolest looking subs out of the ones from back in the day. And then now, like, the only cool part of a lot of subs is either going to be the basket and the motor or what's on the dust cap, you know.
See, and for me, I have to say there is one surround. I've seen it on several subs. I don't remember all of them, but I do remember the latest two that I've seen them on. And that is the American Bass sub and the Pride with those. And well, I take that back. And Alfred has one too now for the 4500 series, I think it is. but it's that surround with the little ribs.
Yeah,
And
Toro Audio has them. Let's see, American Bass has them, but I believe they're on the XFL. Am I right, Mike?
XFL, Elite, Toro, B2 Audio. I think there's a Deaf Bounce speaker that's got them.
Yep, the 45
And
series.
have you guys seen those new speakers that got SA written on them?
That has what? I'm sorry, brother, you're breaking up.
SA.
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 They have a line that's got that rib surround. See, I'm a
Okay.
huge
Well, like
fan
the
of that
rib-
rib surround.
I
It
don't know
really,
who's all
really
in it.
does help keep that cone linear. When you're
Yes,
playing
it
down
does.
low, it really kept my XFL linear straight up and down.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's exactly what that's for. And that's why I would like to get some, if anybody's listening or ever listens to this, some surrounds like that for a set of first generation Rockford Fosgate 12s would be really nice. Hint, hint. But then I'll have to talk to a coil company for the coils and maybe some new cones and spider. But I want to rebuild I think they're the first or the second series of the Fosgate Punch series.
Oh,
The
man, you just took me back to high school.
Yeah. And they're pretty damn old. But
my favorite, and this will shock a lot of people, but my favorite subs from like the late 90s, I think are always going to be, or maybe even like the early 90s, is going to be like the original, like the first gen kicker comps. You know, like, I think it was like the first ones that they came out with the DVC.
Talking about the yellow
Those
and
were
red
my
cones.
favorite subs back in the day.
I think he is. Are you the kicker gold comps where it was all in yellow?
No. Before that, it was the first generation kickers, like the first generation kicker comp. And I believe they had the DVC, but I could be wrong. You know, we're talking over 25 years ago, so
Yeah.
or maybe even longer than that.
I got to get ready.
Well, like they
work.
were.
You remember what you guys were talking about? Jason, and sometimes it's not always about that. My wife picked her entire system just because of the color of the lights and the way that the lights lit up off the speaker.
Yep.
Just so they matched the whole inside of her car. She didn't care about power handling, or technically the amp that she's got is 4 times too big for the subs that she's got.
It's just about the color.
It's about the way
Just
the
about
amp
the
lit
look.
up and matched all the interior lights and the way the box lit up. And I mean, we way
Well, I bought
overpaid for what we got. It made her happy. She don't, you know, she's one of those that don't care about if we're rattling her windows, it's going to be too loud.
Brother, that's why you just need to sneak your system into her car one night.
Yeah, that ain't happening. My sister,
Throw a blanket back there, hide it.
I think she's going to be very happy, man. I mean, I know a lot of people knock on Rockville, but I mean, for what they are and the price that their stuff is, I mean, it's no competition. But no, for your everyday average person that just needs a little bump in their car, I'm sure Rockville's going to do just fine for her.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I mean, like even like Planet Audio or Crunch would be perfect for her. Or, you know, somebody that doesn't want a shitload of bump.
But I'll be honest, I put the 2 Rockville 12-inch K6s on my 10K, and they made it through about half a song.
Not full tilt, I hope.
I turned my radio up to about 28 or 29, and I had them 12s on about 23, 24. Now, I'm not saying they didn't stink like a motherfucker,
Oh, I'm sure they did.
but they took it. As soon as they started stinking, I kind of turned it down and backed them off, let them cool off. But, hey, they were. I was kind of impressed, you know what I mean? Like, for all the knocks that I've always heard about Rockville subs, I mean, she heard them in the house with the hatch open and shit.
The thing about Rockville to me, that amp that don't you and James have it?
That which one? Oh, that 6-channel?
Yeah.
No, I don't have one anymore.
Okay, well, that thing, from what I saw, was at least doing its actual power ratings from the videos that I think it was Big D or Wilston Audio Lab did.
I think it was the Audio Labs.
Well, they both did one.
Well, I'm saying
Okay,
Wilson.
I remember Wilson's. I watched Wilson's video.
Yeah,
but I usually watch all his. So.
Wilston's Audio Lab is Big D Wiz, but what his name used to be. But then he went to Wilston's Audio Lab because it sounds more professional than Big D Wiz, but whatever.
I would have kid Big D Wiz.
Darren's a character, and his persona person was great, I thought.
Yeah, all the Rockville I've seen on the dyno have did their CEA rated, not max. So like I had a DB45, and it they claim it to be 4,500 watts. It's not. It's an 800 watt amp, it's 200 by 4, and I promise it does over 200 watts a channel. I never clamped it or anything, but there ain't no way that was anything less than 200 watts a channel. It was a big screaming ass, heavy, well built. I was happy with the DB45. I'm happy with my wife's DB16.
See, and I don't like that CEA rating statement. That one bugs me. That one's kind of like certain people's idea. I mean, at least, and you're going to hear it right now out of my mouth, but I have to give it up to Sky High Car Audio, who is known for their oversized cables. But everybody knows they are oversized cables.
Right.
But it's like, other than that, you get rid of the oversized cable companies and you go with your standard, and I'm using that more as from a person with, $500 versus a person with $5,000 who doesn't want to spend $10,000 on wiring for their dream system, and they don't even want to spend $1,000 on the wiring. Then there are other companies out there that, you look at their hot gauge and stuff, and it's going to let you have so much power.
Well, I mean, that's why I run the wire that I run. I run IMC.
But
single gauge. And if you look at IMC, like you take a standard 1/0 lug and try to put it on IMC.
All right, guys, I'm going back to work now. I'll holler at y'all later.
All right, Mikey. We'll see you later, brother. Yep.
But like, if you try to connect that standard 1/0 to IMC's 1/0, it's not gonna fit.
Yeah.
So you have to make sure that you buy the 2-aught lugs. But having that big wire like that, and it's good wire, instead of me taking out and buying another $500-600 worth of 2-aught, I can spend the extra little bit like I did and buy extra runs of the 1-aught, and it's still the same damn thickness, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, but see,
But again,
and
IMC is one of those very well-known companies because it's still new, you know.
yeah, but see, like that is kind of what I'm saying. That's more the people that have the standard of, hey, my amp does 3,000 watts at 1 ohm at 13.8 volts, and you put it on the dyno and it says, oh, it does 1250 at 1 ohm at, instead of the 1,000 watts, it's actually doing
Yeah.
1250. That's that kind of
Well,
stuff, like the sky high cable. But for the rest of the people, and that CES rating makes no sense to me, to make some special rating when in all actuality, just use the terminology that's been there for a million years and kind of set in stone that we want to see. Your amp, a famous one for this one is Crunch, 1100.2. Well, for most of us, that means it's going to be, and then they put like 1100 watt max watts. That's,
yeah,
don't use that, so loosely, especially when, oh, hey, look, this amp didn't do no 11,000 watts. Or maybe what they're not telling us is, oh, they didn't have it hooked up to a 12-volt system. They had it hooked up to a 1,000-volt system.
yeah.
But
Well, I mean, let's be honest about it. Our cars, excuse me. Oh, Jesus. Let's be honest about it. Our cars, whether we build
come on.
a giant goddamn lithium bank or big AGM or whatever, like,
Yeah.
say my car at idle, my car reads at like 15.2,
Okay.
which is great, you know. But am I going to get that 15.2 through a full song? No. Our systems, our voltage drops dramatically throughout the system. Eventually, like you may be able to hold it for a while, but eventually, your battery bank is going to deplete, so you are going to have that lower end. And I always look at electrical current like I would a water current.
Yeah.
More the path, the more electrical I can run. The better charge I'm gonna get. Now,
Yeah.
I wouldn't run as much wire as I have or the electrical system I have for just like, say, just for argument's sake, a 2,000 watt Rockville. Like, that's too much. But again, we're saying, like, when do you say enough is enough with the electrical?
True.
Or should I say the wire?
Well, I'd say the actual electrical, I mean, dude, let's be honest. You look at that diagram that I had up,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll post it up again in just a sec. Tacos del Tapatio Express. Sounds so
I'm over here
wonderful.
popping like crazy.
Oh, dude, the taco wagons out here are fire. They're so good.
Oh,
But here we go. You've got 2D 7500s I think each one is a maximum of 6,000 amps rated. 120 is their what was that? Their 6,000 is the max amps. The RC I want to say is 120. Well, hell, I'll just do it like this.
Yes, it's something like that, if memory serves.
Yeah.
Because originally I wanted to run 4 in my trunk, but not even 2 would fit.
Oh, dude. Then you got to think about this one. And that's why I purposely put them used them for the truck build. Is no matter what kind of pickup truck you have, 200 pounds isn't shit.
No, not really.
You know, and then the batteries, I mean, they're 100 pounds each. They're not fun to.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's one thing I've always liked about excess power. Their batteries are light as fuck, and I think that's why. I mean, that's now granted. I love excess power. I've ran them for years, you know, but they're always been the lightest. Pretty much had the fastest charging and pretty much that best middle range of discharge, you know. Because you do have those batteries out there that discharge just almost immediately. And then you have some that just don't want to discharge. I like that middle ground. And that's what excess power gives you. And then the footprint size.
Well,
like, if it wasn't for that particular battery, brother, I wouldn't be able to put it in my trunk, you know.
Yeah. See, and for me, using the excess power battery D7500s, 12 volt, of course, because I wasn't thinking about going to 14, which I could have because they make the 14 volt and they make a 16 volt. But with 12 volt D7500, it's max 6,000 amps. Amp hours is 140. The RC's 280, and the cranking amps is 1,700.
Yeah, and I would need 2 of my batteries to match that. And I still wouldn't get the amps. And I still wouldn't get the amps.
But here's the fun part is there's on this diagram, you see 2 of them, but then you look down and there's a 150 amp fuse and a 200 amp fuse. I need to upgrade that one to remember. I need to run the 200 amp fuse to the 2K when I install it. There's a secret out. We're gonna dump 2,000 watts to a Machete 15 Sport V2 D2 and send it at 9 to 29 hertz again.
That's gonna get nasty, brother. Well, I mean, I'm trying to shove 6,000 watts between 3-Fi audio SSD V415s.
Yep. See,
I was talking to a guy the other day.
What's the RMS rating, though?
RMS rating is 1,500. So it's 4,500 on the mesh, but with that small box, I could pour 6K to it all day long, and they'll take it.
Okay,
but again, I think that RMS rating is fabricated. I think they handle a little bit more.
Yeah. See, and I look at it as with the 2K, you've got the M15 Sport V2D2. It's I don't think that amp's really gonna put out 2,000 watts. I think it's gonna put out more. I haven't checked any specs or videos on it, and then I've heard other things throughout.
Well, you
To
got all your tools and stuff too to check all that.
Yes, I do. I've even got the clamp, and I was gonna say, all of us meet up together, dude. It's gonna be fun if we want to do any type of metering or anything else. That's why I almost think
Oh,
it wouldn't be a bad
definitely.
idea to put a shop in Western Michigan.
Oh hell, that'd be close.
Mm-hmm.
'Cause I can hit Ironwood, Michigan here in about 2 hours,
Okay. Yeah.
which is West Michigan.
Yeah. And
Because let's see, I'm up towards Lake Superior. Well, of
yeah.
course, so is Aria and Neal, and then
Yep.
Mike is, like
Indiana.
that's not fun.
Yeah. Or even like
Because like Slamology is 12 hours away from me.
Slam's 12 hours for you?
Yep.
Holy smokes. Okay, so basically me driving to Vegas.
Yeah, pretty much.
Or damn close, because I am an hour closer than I was. So yeah, I'd have to go down the road a little bit, but yeah.
Well, when I moved up here, I moved from East Texas. It took us about 36 hours of straight driving.
Wow.
And of course, it didn't, it didn't bother me at all. Like, I mean, it sucked, but, 36 hours to me is like driving across the state of Texas.
Yeah.
Everything takes forever. I'm still not used to driving, 3 hours and being 2 states away.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, like I said, Ironwood's only like 2 hours. It's 12 hours from here to Indianapolis, and like trying to find a show. Like, I would have to, again, for a decent show or a decent comp, you're talking a 6-7 hour drive.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's some smaller ones around, but probably nothing, nothing worth taking the time to go to,
Yeah.
go up and you're competing against, say like me. Now, I'm not sure what my car meters or anything like that. Now, I know what we're shooting for, but that doesn't mean I'm going to get that, But like, even say I'm hitting 155 and I go to these smaller shows, there's really not going to be any competition, Every now and then you might get surprised. I would be afraid for the most part that you really wouldn't run. I mean, it's just like the town I live in. I'm the loudest person in this town.
Okay.
And, say we had a show here and I would go to compete and it was just local people, it wouldn't be fun for me.
Yeah, but see,
I mean,
that's where.
get another sticker or another, or another trophy, but,
But here it is. For me, that's when me personally, I look at it, because I've always looked at it as it's never against me versus you or anything like that, unless we doing some shit like bowling, riding bikes, you know, stuff like that, where it's like actual, we could both be handed the same Huffy, you know, mountain bike, got the
Yeah.
same parts on it and everything. It's really between me and you. You know,
Yeah,
that's
and I
when,
mean,
but
I kind of agree with that to a point
car audio,
because
there's
go
so
ahead.
many variants. You know, I mean, like, look at my system, how it's set up right here. You know, most people would be like, why the hell would you even do that? And it's like,
Oh,
well,
exactly.
you know, I
Well,
can disconnect
the
the
way I look
fuse.
at car audio is like, sure, you're not running the same brand, you're not running the same power or anything. But the thing I loved about car audio is the self expression of it. You know what I mean? Like, I do things completely different than anybody else. But that doesn't say I'm better than anybody, you know, like, but again, like I was saying, going to the comps and stuff, I look at it as it being unfair. You know what I mean? Like, say I'm rolling up and I'm hitting 155 and I'm going to a small show full of local boys and the loudest guy there is, say he's 145, 147. It's
Yeah.
not fair for me to bring something that loud to something like that, you know, so it wouldn't be fair. Like
Yeah, but
if I
then that,
went, I would probably just pull off the line, you know.
see, though, that's when I go back to the whole thing of here I am, and this is what's way badass about the meter is the meter. They've got a new program out. I'm slowly dealing with it and learning it. It makes more sense than uh, anything to me. But your system on a 110-degree day with 80% humidity drops 155 dBs on a full tilt,
Exactly.
and you come roll out here to Vegas where you will still get 115 degrees. You will get um, zero humidity.
Oh, exactly. And you too for that. You know, I've lived all over the U.S., but like the worst place I ever found to tune a system and keep it healthy during the summer is in East Texas or Western Louisiana or like Southern Florida with that, you know, the 100% humidity. That fucks with everything. The thicker your air, the more, you know, the less you're gonna move. You know, you're not gonna be as loud. All your equipment is cooking because of the heat.
Yeah,
And you know,
well, just
adding the turbo fans and the turbine fans,
yeah,
that helps a little bit, but it's not gonna help much unless you decide to come up with an air conditioner for your car that doesn't run on your car, you know.
bingo,
Like
bingo.
I have a contraption I'm gonna make for when I go to shows and competitions. It's a 12-volt blower fan for like it's an exhaust fan for like car exhaust. I've
Yeah,
got the tubes and everything. I'm gonna run that thing into a sealed tub with dry ice because you don't want to use wet ice.
right.
Dry ice into a filter into my car onto my equipment and seal that thing up the best I can when I'm not competing to cool shit down. But unless you do something like that, you could take a 50,000 watt system to a comp. You barely gonna be pushing 20 by the end of the day if it's hot, you know.
Yeah,
And it's also the same concept in the cool. Everybody says, oh, cold, subs want to be cold. They want to be cold. They want to be cold. Try banging on a system and it's 50 below outside.
Exactly.
Find out what happens to that sub. Find out what happens to that amp. I get laughed at because I put a heater in my trunk.
Well, the best way to remove snow in my book is
turn on the bass.
Bingo. It works really good.
Well, okay. That video that's on my channel about me, it's one of the things like Taram's 3K versus Gravity Warzone. When I bottomed that thing out and snapped a coil, which it didn't smoke, it was just running on one coil basically. It was 60 below outside, and I barely had that thing going. Like, I didn't even have it up yet. But it broke the glue on the sub. When it gets that cold, that glue gets frigid. I mean, it turns into glass almost. But so does your surrounds. I mean, and then your amps get brittle as well. And, that's not that cold all over the country. Of course not.
Yeah.
But certain areas, you have to do things a little different, Like up here, I'm going to put fans on mine, but only for, like, when I'm really beating on them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that whole aspect could go both ways, like you said. You've got a heater for them, and then certain people would have, like, the dry ice setup. Or I was even thinking in certain vehicles, if you had the space to actually put the air conditioner system that's one of those electric, huh?
I said exactly. I think I saw them on Amazon. They had these little. They were only, I think, like 6 inches wide by like 3 inches tall. Like, I don't know, 8 or 9 inches long. ACs.
Yeah.
Had like a little hose that you would put outside. Like outside the vehicle. Like I'm assuming through a window or whatever, but I think something like that would be okay, but I wouldn't know, like, one, how much of my electrical is it going to use?
Well, see,
is it actually going to work? Is it going to be worth it?
I was looking at the because the Nissan truck has no power steering whatsoever. It's power steering. Yeah, it's got a little
57 Chevy.
Yeah, it's like driving the old Biscayne.
Right?
But the reason why also is because I'm not going anywhere at first, and I've got 16 by 10-inch tires or 16 by 9s.
Yeah.
But still, that little truck's not made for that much of a strain on those power steering units. So I was looking at giving up 70 amps, which means you got to add 70 amps or more to your alternator. And I always like saying more because in my eyes, if you've got a 200 amp draw and you've got a 250 amp alternator or 300, that 300 is going to work less than the 200 charging that battery back up with constant draw.
Let's talk about that for a second, the alternators.
Okay.
And the problems we have with alternators.
Mine's trying to
now,
find.
We all know, like, when you buy a high output alternator, you're going to spend some money. You know,
Yes.
it's not like replacing your door speakers or something like that. You know, it could be a major purchase. Because I mean, I've seen alternators with certain cars be $1,500 to $2,000 for a very good high output alternator.
Yeah.
And then like you take like mine, I bought a 220 amp alternator. I should have bought. I really wanted at least a 370, and I believe it's either McMahon or JS that came out with the 500 amp.
McMahon.
Now I wanted one of those, but the problem was I could not afford them for my car. You know, anything over 220 amp alternator was going to run me $500 or $600. So I had to sacrifice that amperage. You know what I mean? And in sacrificing their amperage just made me go with a bigger battery bank. Now my batteries are not going to charge as fast as they should. Not a big issue.
See, now here's something else that I've heard that is kind of funny, because here's my problem with the truck. I found McMahon does all these different alternators and stuff like that, and I'm not knocking them, trust me. But even like right here in a picture, they're showing a 170 amp racing alternator for a 63 to 85 GM black. Includes two different pulleys. One is a V-belt and one is a serpentine. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, and here's some more that are only 170 amp. My problem is I wanted 240. They make the universal, or they did, because, well, I am looking at one company right now. So, but they made the universal ones, and they've got a 240 amp universal. Now they've got a 250 left side mount. Aw, man. Let's see, is that? Yes. Okay. The alternator I should have purchased, now that I'm seeing it after 2+ years. But it's $419, bro.
Yeah.
And then I've got
to me, it's just ridiculous on the prices of the alternators now. Like, I mean, you know, back in the day, we had to get creative.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? To get that power. So what a lot of us did, especially like with the V8s, we just went to the junkyard, grabbed one off of Peterbilt, you know, take it down to the alternator shop and, you know, have them make it work for your car. And totaled out, you'd be out and made what, $200? Versus now, if you want a certain amount of amps out of your alternator, you're going to pay for them. You know what I mean? And they're going to make you pay for them. Like, you're not going to get a 500 amp alternator for less than $1,000. And it sucks on certain cars too, because certain cars, they don't even make high output alternators for.
Right.
So if you want to put one on there, you got to get creative. And let's be honest. And I'm not bashing at all, so I hope nobody takes offense to it. But 90% of even bass heads nowadays, they don't have the ingenuity like we did back in the day, you know.
Yeah.
Only because they don't need to. We were the ones that bumped our heads and scratched our heads and fucking made us have to go to therapy trying to figure shit out and figure out what worked and what didn't work.
Guess
But
what?
like, go for it, brother.
Speaking of that one right now, on the alternator thing, there's like, and this is just being super vehicle specific, but the Nissans hardly have anything. But here we go. A 92 Nissan hardbody alternator, 250 amps, $499.
Mm-hmm.
But with Nissan, because that one was hard to find, because normally you have to use a 240SX alternator to gain more power, but then you have to find an alternator mechanic that is certified to do this kind of job, unless you're crazy enough to do it yourself. But take that pulley off and put the new V-belt pulley, because it doesn't use a serpentine belt.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you
the
have
240
the
do.
knowledge, if you have the knowledge to change out a pulley, then I say, yeah, go for it. If you've done it before, you got the experience. Other than that, when you're working on, if you need some work done to your alternator, I would suggest sending it to a mechanic that you trust.
Well,
But
for
again, like
me,
that being said, make sure that mechanic you trust knows about car audio.
well, see, and for me, like, we have literally an alternator place in between me and town, basically.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to drop his name, because I don't know if he wants business or what's going on. And now that I think about it, the last 2 times I went to town, I don't even remember if I saw his sign out on the road.
Yeah.
But he actually knows alternators. So my second would be going to the local electrical guy that actually builds pumps and stuff like that I've known since I was a kid. Nice thing about being in small towns. And
Exactly.
ask him if for a reference, or ask him if he could do it, and if he couldn't, then the reference. But for like the little car, it's a 1.6 liter. Try and find a high output alternator for a 1.6. The only company that even say Nissan or 1.6 without having to go for a conversion, the last I saw, and I don't even see that model available anymore, but at least dude's willing to build one, because I asked,
Yeah, exactly. Now, if you got a reputable alternator shop and the guy is willing to build for you, I think that'd be better than going anywhere else.
Yeah.
Again, you'd have to be able to trust the guy. And that's another thing I wanted to touch on. And I'm not going to mention a shop name, and I'm pretty sure you heard about it. But as a basehead and as shade tree bucket gearhead, I pride myself always on working on my own stuff. But now that I gotten older, I'm tired of working on my shit. I'm tired of breaking knuckles. So when I had all the issues with my car, I finally found a shop, all that shit. But when you use a mechanic, and whether it's something under the car, if you run your wires under the car like I do, alternator or whatever, make sure that the mechanic you're taking your car to knows about car audio. Because most of the time they're just going to sit there and argue with you like they did with Arya. You know,
Yeah.
he argued with me too, saying that unless it's a race car, you don't need a high output alternator. Why are you running that many batteries? There's no way a stereo system costs that much. You can't break a windshield with a stereo.
Yeah.
That's the guy that you don't take your car to, you know. And
Yeah.
sadly, I brought that up because I've seen a lot of posts and, you know, just comments or whatever about people having to take their car to a shop and either them fucking their stereo up or arguing with them over the stereo, you know, and not doing what you need them to do because you can't do them. You do it yourself or you just don't want to. So I would always say, make sure you trust the mechanic and you make sure he knows what you're talking about.
My favorite on that one, and I don't know the truth, like the 100%, like if this is God fact, you know, but my favorite story of that one, besides, and when I say favorite, I'm not saying, yay, it's my favorite, but
I know what you're talking about.
well, I'm making clear for others out there watching or anything like that. But on when I say favorite, it's kind of like almost like the favorite examples of holy shit, remember that. And
Exactly.
like you said, don't use those guys. But
And another thing, when you got to take your car into the shop and your system's built, either you put in a kill switch or you pull all your fuses.
yeah, well,
I've even been known to pull my amp.
Well, my favorite is dude rolled in, told him his battery bank, showed him his battery bank, showed him the cables and what not to mess with.
Mm-hmm. But that's the first thing they touch.
I guess one of their techs supposed, and this is where it's supposed, got shot across the shop floor.
Uh-huh. Years ago, I worked at a car audio shop, and this was way back in the day, you know. And yeah, we tethered batteries together and stuff to get more power. But when this guy brought this Suburban in, I'd never seen anything like it.
Yeah.
He had, I think it was, I could be wrong, but if memory serves, he had 615s in the back of the Suburban and just an up firebox, huge port in the back. But his box went from the back of the Suburban all the way to the front seats. And his battery bank was that long. And I got shot across the fucking floor because I didn't know what the hell I was doing. It's not fun.
Yeah.
But when you take it to a mechanic that doesn't know anything about car audio, and you say, hey, do not touch this bank, do not touch that, that is usually the first damn thing they're going for.
Yep. Well, it's like little kids, man. And that's where it goes to. And the reason why these aren't my favorite is because of the frequency it happens. Is you've got your car, you go get your oil changed, you're in, and I'm just gonna say it because I'm a dick like that.
Go for it. We're all dicks.
But You go walking into drop your car off at the Walmart oil change, especially when, and don't take offense if you do the lube center. That's why I'm calling you a lube tech right now. But when you drop it off at the oil change with the pimple picking, bubblegum chewing 16-year-old.
Their ass that has no business being near a car in the first place.
Yeah, that doesn't even have his driver's license or nothing yet. Gets in, sees the deck, sees the speakers, especially if they're more of an open style grill to where you can actually see, or some of the doors. And I don't know who started this term, but I guess it is more correct, even though it's finally coming over here. But the Russian doors, where you'll see, 8, 10,
Yeah, you know
12,
about the big door pods, yeah.
And they
Where
see
you
this
just
and
see a bigger speaker, no grill. And like you could tell, well, I mean, let's be honest. You can tell quality audio versus, let's just say, Walmart brands.
yeah,
You can tell the difference. And you can also tell the difference. Like when you get into a true bass edge car, and I'm going to say true bass edge, not just a car audio lover. When you get into a bass edge car, you know it's a bass ride.
yeah,
Sits down to the bare minimum or is super clean.
yeah,
And like even low volume, there's something back there. Like even
yep,
if you got your volume on one and your subs are off, and they hear that tape from the tweeters or that super pure vocal, they know something's in there. And the first thing they want to do is go full tilt.
yep.
I got to a
And
point. I'm not gonna mention the place's name because I actually do know the owner. He's a really good guy. But years ago, I took my Yukon in, and I had 6 JLW7s because that's what I ran back in those days.
there
In
ain't
a
nothing wrong with
plexiglass
that.
box. Back in
There's
them, them motherfuckers slapped hard back then. Well, I had them in a plexiglass box that we made. Got to the shop. Do not touch anything on this system. Don't even look at the radio. Matter of fact, I pulled the plate off, put it in the glove box.
that
Marked my
don't.
bass knob, found out exactly where I had it, which I knew it was off, and left. When I come back, the fire department is at the shop. This kid didn't only fry my subs. He caught the motherfuckers on fire. And they shorted out, which in turn shorted the amps out. And then the battery bank started cooking. Oh, well, it just happened. There's no way that just happened. Not on a
Yeah,
dead system. There's no way that should happen. Like after that, every time I take my car to the shop with an operating system, I will watch the mechanics around my car.
yeah,
If I have to leave it, I will pull my amps if necessary, because I've been in that spot. And the sad thing is, it happens all the time.
well, one of my favorite people on that one, uh he just posted a video not too long ago of literally pulling his amps, pulling his subs, pulling the fans, and pulling the wiring, for the battery bank because it's in the back where it is for the car, period. But
Yeah, just take
with,
the car to a shop.
and I mean, just to take the car to a shop to get the exhaust done. You know, my truck,
Right.
I was seriously thinking about taking it to the smog shop because I wasn't able to be there, get it smogged. I was thinking about taking the whole system out. Luckily,
Exactly.
luckily shit happened and yeah, I don't have to do that.
Well, okay,
So,
the last time, not well, the time before last that I put the Malibu in the shop, I was getting the whole front suspension done, shit like that.
yeah, I
And
wouldn't
I
have.
went down and I told him, I was like, look, where's my car going to be if I leave it here? Oh, we're going to leave it right out here in the parking lot. No. Why not? I want your car in. I want my car in your shop. And do you have cameras? Because if not, I will go buy some right now. Well, your car's just an '03 Malibu. Do you want to pay for my system? Because I'll make you.
Yeah,
Let my shit come up missing in your care, you know. And like I told him, you have no business being in my trunk. Because first thing when they took it in, the younger guy's like, I want to see what you got in the trunk. You got no business being back there.
yeah,
Wherever my car audio is, you got no business being around it. Now then, if I took my car to a car audio shop, let's be honest, it'll never happen. But if I did, then yeah, I would say, okay, fuck with my audio.
yeah,
But I would, of course, I would quiz the tech too, you know,
yeah. Well,
because
even like
that
this.
thing could be the friend that knows how to do systems, you know.
Well, it's just like this one. Okay. I get a shop, let's say, like we said earlier on this video, I throw a shop down in West Michigan. And the reason why I brought that up is because of the town downriver, which would be
Exactly,
hella hilarious. But I did have a
it
guy
would
ask,
be.
yeah,
And you
downriver
would be
town.
close enough for at least every other weekend demos, you know.
Well, my thing is I was looking at a spot in a town, and there's two towns local to me that are perfect for this because they have one place has a shop right
Good night.
on.
I'm sorry, brother. I'm trying to get my dog to go to bed,
Yeah,
and he was being a dick. So,
but down down at one of the shops, it would literally be to where if you walked out the back door of the shop and looked straight, almost, well, a little southeast, more east than south, but if you looked out east in a little southern direction, I guess would be the proper way to say it, you would literally see the river and
that'd be
the
cool.
river and the river park. And I was like, bro, there's nobody at this shop. What do you think? And my one friend kind of laughed. And I said, that shit would be cool as hell. Downriver Sound, there's the river down below us. And
Yeah.
there's a huge open parking lot that on the weekends would make a really good place for doing metering and, you know,
Yeah, like a small show or even a weekly meet. I've always
yeah,
thought, I've always thought about finding a piece of property way out in the country,
yeah.
hardly any neighbors, or even if you did have neighbors, a mile or two down the road, they were still cool. But
Mm-hmm.
opening a car audio shop way out in the middle of BFE and having weekly meets or show, do like a good sized show every other
Yeah.
month or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Something that you could get the local community together.
Yeah.
And I hate saying this, and I'm really not. I'm pretty sure it's going to sound like bashing, but I don't mean for it to be. Um, One thing I noticed around here, you know, and I say around here, being Wisconsin, Michigan area, you know,
Yeah.
like there are not Michigan, Minnesota area, but
Okay.
there are weekly meets and stuff like that. But the problem I have with that is I see these things for weekly meets, and then like the pictures of that meet, and there's people that are going to these things that are in groups, and they're bashing the living hell out of each other, but still going to a meet. To me, that wouldn't be like,
Yeah.
I'm not even going to say the word fun at that point, because I hate bashing. I hate like good competition, a little trash talk. That's fine. Most people in the basic community, we're men.
Yeah.
We
Well,
love to trash talk. I'm pretty sure you heard the joke between me and Mike about he calling his truck boombox, and I say it's just a Walkman.
yeah.
That friendly trash talk. Well, there's that, and that's fine. I encourage that because that just
Well,
keeps that competitive spirit alive. But then you have bashing, and you got these guys that are ripping on somebody 1 minute and then going to a meet. And if he's doing it on the internet, he's doing it, going up to some kid that's just now getting into it and ripping him apart because instead of buying $1,000 subwoofer, he's got $100 subwoofer on 1,000 watt, and let's be honest, a cheap amp, so it's probably only putting out like 450.
yeah.
And then you got this, instead of spending tens of thousands of dollars to get super loud, he's just starting and getting bashed on. That's one thing I don't like about the meets.
See,
Well,
and that's where
those I've heard of,
I almost have wanted to do what I would call the base head, just or I guess it's really I need to start more of like an Emma thing or parts of little bits of each group because there's actually oh god, I don't remember all of them, but there's like the Northern ISPLL. There's the ISPLL. Or let's see, it's not the Northern ISPLL, it's just Northern IS or Northern SPL. And then there's, different groups like East Coast, West Coast. I can see
yeah,
having some fun like that, but that shit's supposed to be fun because if you're from the East Coast, which you're not, you'd be from the North. We'd have North, South, East,
mm-hmm.
West, just like football or something. But that kind of stuff. But then they all have the individual teams and everything. And I can see DB Drag being like that,
Yeah,
as set up more as a football type game
yeah,
versus how it's turned out or how it's become or how it's been for a while. But the saddest part for me is, like you said, you've got newbies and everything coming in. And my favorite is, what if you're rolling in, you've got a system that's going to take a judge to actually look at it, and maybe do a class where you actually not only are you doing a set wattage because you do a test run and then you tell the
Mm-hmm.
person, hey, especially if it's not hot, but leave your stuff running, leave your car running, make sure your batteries are fully charged up, after doing a little test run. We've got
Yeah.
what true wattage you're putting out. We've got the power capability, of your battery bank. We've got what we need. Now, are you playing system? Are you going more for DB drag? Are you playing more for what's going on, Mikey? Hey, this is kind of fun. Now I can like
What's
almost
up?
almost do a
What's up,
surprise,
Mikey?
go and do a
Making
surprise panel and make the guests audience, guess who we are kind of thing. That'd be fun when this
I
thing
don't.
gets really popping.
I don't see Mikey. What the fuck?
Hell no, you don't see Mikey because surprise.
Hey man, I can't see you smile.
Leak lurking in the shadows like that fucking project car in
Fucking
the
looking
garage
like a,
waiting on paycheck.
he's that's
What you
that's
talking about?
that's that
Project
new
car.
that's that
It's a truck.
base head truck.
It's not a project car. It's a project truck.
Okay.
Oh,
Then
I
my
haven't even
daily
looked at the chat in a while.
I
Let
haven't
me look at the
seen.
chat.
I haven't seen anybody come in and say
Yeah, the last
anything.
chat I see is for me.
Yep.
Nah, it's for me.
I didn't see anything in the chat. It only said there was one person.
Yeah. I don't
I
even look
think
at
I was
that
hanging
anymore
out with
because here's the funny one, guys. I don't even look at that anymore because I found out if you don't type or anything, it doesn't count.
Really?
Yeah. What up, Jay?
Fat fingers and small phones don't work well together.
No.
No. No, they don't.
But yeah, going back to what we were talking about, the certain
And I know
classes
certain.
and whatever. Like, I actually think I wish they had a. Of course, I love doing the bump offs, but build against build, whatever. Now I know it ain't person against person, but it's that knowledge and that know-how, and let's face it, bank account. But I would love to see like open, call you out head to head, run what you run base off, or bump off.
Well, we'll see.
But again, have like a one solitary judge or two judges, instead of using the crowd. Because like I've been watching a lot more of the bump offs that they have lately. Like certain cars won't go up against, like this car won't go up against this one. I want to see that just flat out. Bring what you bang on the street, because let's face it, in the street, say you roll up on somebody, you might turn down a little bit, get a little listen. But how many times do you want to just go full tilt right next to it?
I hope it's this one. Yep. There we go.
Did we lose Mikey again?
No, I'm here.
Okay. I just didn't see it.
I was just listening to your drag racing style of car audio.
Oh, you like that, did you? Don't worry, I got something. Hey, don't worry, brother. I got something for the Walkman. Actually, you know what? You'd probably be louder than me, but I still wouldn't care.
I don't think I'm not as loud as what you all think.
Yeah. Son, you that quiet kid that sits in the corners at parties until somebody fucks up, and then he turns into the Incredible Hulk. I already know.
I mean, I went down on Cone. I went down on Cone area.
That's true. I don't know. We'll see.
I lost like a 4.5-inch sub in Cone space.
I wish I had my car done before we came down that way. That would be fun.
Are you guys
Yeah.
seeing that?
What's that, brother?
Looks like an SPL chart.
We're looking
Kinda
at
looks
the
like
meter. It is the meter.
need to put mics at like 98 dB.
Who's
Yeah,
the
love you,
SPL
buddy.
thing for?
This is the part that. Okay.
Wait, that's just for the tweeters, I should say.
Oh,
That 98
man.
dB, that's for each tweeter on the meter.
Darn it. It's not showing me what I'm trying to show. Or at least I'm not seeing it.
It's not showing nothing on the screen really either.
I'm too blind to see anything.
Seeing it's. Damn it. Okay. I'm going to have to go like this. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Here is the classes for all of the measurements that can be taken from the sensor. You have an SPL, your basic SPL measurement. You've got DB drag racing. You've got base race. You have top dog. You have cyclone. You have Emma. You have base boxing. You have IDBL, ISPLL, freestyle judging. You have Mecca. You have Midwest SPL. You have the North, I think it's North American SPL or something like that. You have USACI. And then you have SPL judging mode. You have AICAT. You have RTA Mecca, IASCA RTA mic use, real time, RTA SPL judging, Pancado judging, and face-to-face judging, and then bagger beats. That's how many classes there are in the SPL world.
That's a lot.
Yeah. You know, and for me, I think you're right, you know, when you're saying, Jay, that and you're muted, by the way, if you don't know that. If you do know that, good. But yeah, and
Yeah,
you can see okay. My meter's trying to hook up right now. That's what that little green blink is by you. But with that meter and stuff, go like this. You can do so much, but if you're not in the location that the classes are available or that style of judging is available, then there's no real sense in building a system like that in my eyes, except
Yeah,
for
exactly. I mean, in all honesty, I built my system to try to stay as close to street trunk as possible. And it'll probably be grounded, park and pound. But
yeah,
I did that because of my location. Now then, if I still lived back home and I was building, I would be building strictly for SPL. Like when I drove the car on the street, yeah, I would have my mids and highs. But for the competition, I would be running just SPL because it's available in that area. So
yeah,
for me or anybody, like say you got little Johnny over here and he's building his first big system, but he wants to compete and he's in a small area where pretty much either you got DB drag or you have park and pound. That's it. That's all that's really available there.
yeah,
There's no point in building a pure SPL build, or
yeah,
some cases pure SQ build or SQL build, because
yeah.
a lot of places don't offer each thing,
See, and
because
that's
then
where,
you might as well be just going there for a meet,
well, see, that's where, um, what I was saying was, the only true reason to build something like that is the pure love of that style of build. You
Oh,
know,
exactly.
we don't
Exactly.
have we don't have European mobile media really even get talked about over here, but I have heard there is a group somewhere, but then you've got the UK is huge.
Oh yeah, UK is. I mean,
And
UK is off the hook right now for car
yeah,
audio. So is Brazil. Brazil's just getting stupid with it, and it's
well,
going all the way into like Portugal, and it's going into the Philippines. Japan's getting into it now, and
Japan's
it's
got,
not just those really loud, obnoxious SQ builds or the SQL builds. They have a little bit of everything,
yeah. Well, with
and
like,
they're getting the media attention, and they're, like their their spotlight, like the country spotlight on the basehead community, is like the crime on US TV, it's there all the time.
yeah, my favorite is look at Mikey with his hood on and everything.
Right.
Oh shit.
I can't see him again.
I mean, it ain't really
That's all
raining,
right.
but
I know he's just a stalker in the shadows. It's fine. We love him.
I'm sitting over
I
here in
tell
my
you
little.
what, like, that is one major thing I love about certain aspects of the basic community. You may not get along with everybody. Let's just face it, we're all people, we're all assholes. We're not gonna get along with everybody.
Yeah.
But you find that you can, like, there's so many tight knit groups inside the basic community. You know, that's the thing I like about it. And then
See,
everybody knows each other. I mean, like, I'm sure there's people that y'all know in the basic community that I may not, but I know some of their friends, and that's the
mhm.
thing I like about it.
Well, even for like doing this show and stuff. There's people that I've talked to in this community forever, and there's people that I'm just getting to know that I should have known forever, if I would have been out, especially over on your guys' coastline. But then
Oh
there's
yeah,
people I've watched forever and never really get to talk to them much except recently, and it's like, dude. And one of my favorites is watching one of the people that got me back into wanting to do builds and everything versus just doing a build for myself and basically for the rest of the local community and stuff, don't even bother looking at me, because I'm going to be one of these paranoid people that's got a system in a junky ass little car that could probably get stolen quick and easy, but uh, don't mess with
that's
it
no.
'cause, it ain't going to end up right. And instead of being like somebody like that, you know, it's more, these select few people got me kind of going, okay, I might want to get back into this. And then
Exactly.
running into you guys and talking, where we can say, hey man, I used to think my two Audiobahn 6x9s back in the day and the bug on a uh, realistic 100-watt amplifier used to really hit.
Yeah.
And
Well, I
and
posted a meme a while back that says something about that. It's got a little old lady on a walker, and like the nurse is helping her or whatever. And it says, back in my day, I could run my whole system on 40 watts.
mm-hmm.
That's
And
funny you
it's like,
say that.
sure,
I do
grandma,
know that
she
meme
just
to
get you
somebody
back to
today.
bed. And a lot of people laugh at that, but there were systems, I remember systems back in the day that would beat the holy hell out of you and still only be 500 watts
Yep.
I had a
or
40 watt
1,000 watts
badass.
versus now with some, what kind of amp you running? You say, oh, I'm running a 3K. They kind of snicker at you, like, 3K really isn't much in the system nowadays.
Right.
Just like
To put 3K on it.
I'm sure in another 20 years, 200,000 watts isn't going to be nothing.
Jay,
It's always, what's that?
you didn't hear Mikey, did you?
I did not.
Oh my God. Mikey threw in something that makes me laugh because I got a message that was saying that this system was making fun of me, for only doing 110 dB. Didn't read that it said deck power on 4 6.5 coaxials, but but he sends me a picture or a video. But the funniest part is the video isn't even his build, come to find out. But the guy
Yeah.
that owns it is hella cool. And I was laughing my ass off because when it was him, this fraudulent base head owner, this fraudulent
Yeah.
vehicle owner, sending me a post of, hey, I'm hitting 135 dB at volume 25 on 6,000 AB watts. And I was like, okay, you know. And then I kind of got, there was something inside me that was like, wait a sec, bro. He's talking shit to you.
Oh, exactly. I ran
And then,
into that. I ran into that earlier this winter. Uh, in fact, I had to go to the hospital anyway. We stopped. I was getting some stuff from the store, and this guy come up. He's like, "Is that shag on your sailor?" I'm like, "No, man, it's fur. Why
yeah,
would you do fur?" And I popped the trunk, and then we got talking about the system. You know, he goes, "Oh yeah, I remember not too long ago when I got out, I had such as I'm not gonna say brand. You know, I had
yeah,
such and such 12s on such and such amp, and I was doing 135, and I broke my windshield and it had this and that." And I'm like, "Really? Why would you do that?" One, I understand, trying to talk to somebody about their hobby and trying to show a shared interest or whatever. But again, one, why be fraudulent about it? Two, if you don't know something about it, ask. All he saw was this giant box in my trunk, 4 batteries, and my amps, and nothing's even hooked up.
yeah,
But still, just sitting there like, what? Why would you do that?
yeah,
And then the urge to call somebody out on their bullshit borderlines on bashing, because if another base head hears you, then it's, why are you bashing him, man? And it's really, you're not.
yeah.
It's
Well,
calling somebody out on bullshit.
it's just like, what I was gonna say on the one thing is, if it wasn't for being in this country, and I'm using that very loosely, but due to our liability laws that we allow people, because honestly, one of the neatest things I saw on an overseas video was this shop had people come in from the basehead community, even other shop builders, and they would have a set system in front of them, and they would toy with them on turning out the lights, while they're trying to wire this onto a big old huge sheet of plywood, you know,
Yeah,
cutting holes for the mids, and they'd have a sub box, and you'd have to lay out all the wiring and make all of it look really nice and everything, and it was on a time
yeah.
limit. And they'd
Well, the
all
shop I worked at, I mean, he had a test like that for all his installers. You had to be able to do that.
yeah, well, this is more of, let's say you used brand X at your shop.
Right?
I'd purposely give you brand B.
Yeah, yeah,
And it's more of, in my eyes, it was more of the camaraderie of being base heads and stuff, And I noticed
oh
that it
yeah,
was like, here they are, they're purposely given equipment that's not their own, what they're used to, for the shop owners.
yeah.
The installers are getting, like, every once in a while, like, they'd toy with the installers and like take his wire clippers, you
Right.
know, stuff like that, and move them across the table and shit, and then shut the lights
Yeah,
off and stuff.
that camaraderie, and sadly, and I'm saying this truly with a broken heart, in the
What's going on?
US used to be like that. You know what I mean? Like when bass was born, you know, the first 10, 15 years when bass was born and the big, you know, the shows were born and the meets and everything else. I remember going to a certain show and blowing us up in the middle of a demo.
Yeah.
Knowing I had to meet her the next day or had to compete the next day. I had an extra sub at the house 5 hours away. Brother, I tell you what, it didn't take me an hour and I had a brand new sub in my fucking truck.
Yeah.
You know, nowadays you blow a sub, hell yeah. Ain't nobody trying to help, you know. And that
Well,
sucks, you know, because or
yes and no. And the reason why I stop you and say yes and no is because I
okay,
have seen a few videos where there has been instances like that, but I use that almost loosely, but instances. And we
yeah,
got catfish
I'll give you that. Because I mean,
and
but like what I'm saying is like you still see that, and you'll see that a lot between teams, but it was like that all the time back, you know, back in those
yeah,
days where I watched the guy fry an amp. Not 5 minutes later, why this dude is unhooking this amp? Another guy's coming up the lane with an amp out of his car, you know,
yeah,
or an extra amp that he brought with him, you know.
yeah.
Nowadays, I mean, I'm sure it still happens, but it's very few and far between, I should say. And it's
Hell
like,
yeah,
and it goes
Cameron.
back to even when you're installing. You know, if you got back in the days, if you had people that like us, you know, we're all friends, we all talk to each other all the time. If you had that and you were working on your system and you had everything, but say job got in the way, you didn't have time or whatever, your system isn't going to be sitting there unbuilt. You know, 2 or 3 guys would come over on a drop of a hat and do that. Now,
Yeah,
between friends, I can, you know, I'm sure if we all lived together, it would be that, you know, closer together, we would be like that. But
yeah,
for the most part, it really isn't, you know.
yeah.
And
Well,
that's
it's
the
like,
sad, you know, that's the sad issue about it.
well, it's just like, okay, in this area that I'm in, and I'm using the area as a broad area, but maybe I should just say this state. Normally, if somebody asks you and you're not at a show what your system is, their intentions is to steal that shit, you
Right.
know?
Well, the way I
And
always look at it is I'm driving a $600 shit box. The way my system is built, you have to steal my car.
yeah,
If you steal my car, my insurance is going to pay me back for that. So that's why I
see,
built the way I did. You know,
yeah, but you got to think about this one too, brother. Not all of us can do that, you know, because you couldn't
exactly,
do that in high
exactly.
school. But, you know, nowadays, yeah, my insurance hates it when I call them up and send them a email saying, hey, you know, here's the new purchases. These came in. Here's the receipts. Here's the pictures of the products. You know, this is what's going
My
in. And
biggest issue with the insurance is trying to find an insurance company that will actually insure your system because of the cost. Like I
um,
called several insurance companies and they would only insure up to a certain amount. And I'm sitting here
yes,
like, do you just want to buy some batteries?
right.
Well, how much is your system worth? I'll tell you what I paid for it. Are you going to
See,
reimburse me for that? you know, because
See,
when you get into these larger builds and there's a certain way that you want to do them, you better have the to back that system up. And
yeah,
you know, then you got guys like me and Mike, and I'm sure you as well. When we make that big purchase, it hurts every time.
yep.
So when you go
Or
to get insurance, you want to be able to have that insurance cover you.
or in some cases, instead of just being on a whims and being able to say, "Hey, I want 4 of them." And we do have Catfish. Cameron came in and he said, "What's up?"
What
He just got back
well,
from the
we're kind of, you know,
casino.
we've been in an old 90s nostalgic, so I'll just go, what's up?
And it is a serious investment, Cameron. He's right. He's all, that's some serious system to insure it, you know. And then he's
Yeah,
like,
well, I
just
mean,
like
like,
an investment. And
when you walk up to, you know, here's another thing I like is like when you have to have, like when you get insurance locally, okay, and they have
yeah,
your, you know, the adjuster comes out and he inspects that shit. The thing I don't like about it is a lot of times they're looking at it and they're not asking you what you paid for it.
yeah,
They're looking at like they'll compare. Like in fact, this guy actually did. He compared a, I think it was like a 3,000 or a 4,000 watt Alpine to my 8K. I'm like, man, you can't do that. Like that
right.
Alpine costs nothing what this 8K does. And then like you know, and I'm not bashing, but trying to sit down and compare kicker to a $500 Fi audio sub, there's no comparison at that point. You know, when you're
Well, if you're,
comparing a single voice coil sub to a built sub, you know, you can't, like, and that's what I was trying to tell him. You have to
yeah,
go by, I will show you my receipts.
yep. And see,
Go
that's the
through four
thing.
hours of that shit to him. Oh well, I can only insure you for $10,000.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll put somebody else, you know,
yeah,
because you can get again some of these builds. You gotta have that coin to back it up,
yeah.
and it does hurt every time you make a purchase. It hurts at some point,
Yeah, and
but
what's really bad is a lot of the insurance companies, especially for what you and I see as fun, is go get, and one of my favorites is another stab at Steve Mead for his awesome Civic, the DGAF Civic, bro. That thing had 4 15s or 4 18s in it, and
yeah,
just literally was just tearing a shit apart. And it
oh yeah,
just,
like I mean,
but
it's
you look at the car and the value of the car is, ooh, well, you've got an $800 car. Yeah. And
I
I'm
got a
trying
fifty
to get
thousand dollar
insurance.
stereo.
Yeah. My
You know,
$15,000 system that's going into this $800 car.
exactly, exactly. Well, there's this meme I like, and I actually want to get it put
What's up,
as a
Mikey?
window sticker. And it says, I'm that guy that rolls up in a $600 car with a $30,000 stereo system. You know,
Yeah.
because that dude is funny, but it's also true at that point. You know,
What's up?
We're live. That's live.
what up, Bucky?
They all said hi.
What it do?
He's doing about the same thing we're doing, just sitting here doing nothing.
Exactly. I won't ever do shit at work.
Actually, he works. Actually, we gotta give this dude credit because he does work most of the time.
We know you don't, brother. I think it's about time to change out your hammock.
Uh-oh. I gotta plug this in.
That's cool though that you're sneaking onto the live though, bro.
Yeah, I kind of like this open panel and just leave it kind of closed to where it's nobody can see who's up here.
Right? And that's the best thing about it. You have no idea who is sneaking behind the shadows.
Yep.
Is it a smart ass, a jackass, or all the above?
What crazy basshead is lurking behind the banner?
What I wanted to bring up this and ask if anybody else has had this happen. I think it was last summer, cruising around town, and I didn't have my subs on because they were getting warm, you know. And I pull up to the stoplight, and this kid pulls up bumping, and you know it's an entry level system, you know how kids are. But he's sitting there bumping, he's looking at me and laughing, and I motioned him to roll the window down. And he's like, you sound like shit, man. You ain't got no bass. You need some bass. And then I go full tilt on the bass knob. And then he just quietly rolls his window up and drives away. It's funny, but again, it's also sad. Because I look at it both ways. I look at it, one as I just scared the living shit out of this kid. Versus like, man, I could have talked him into, actually show him where this can go. Like Neal said, when Neal first, Neal brought a Civic over, and he finally got to see King Kong in the making, and he'd never seen a system built that big, and I really thought, that was a good moment for me,
Yeah.
Because Neal's a good bro and he's very knowledgeable in the short time. And he's also loud as fuck,
Yeah.
So, like, that felt good for me, to give him that kind of encouragement, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
what up, Mikey?
If that kid would have, pulled over and talked to me, I would have tried to do, show him where that entry-level system can go. And hell, let's face it, mine's not considered a high-power system.
Yeah.
Not in the true basshead world, anyway. I'm not shoving 100,000 watts on my speakers.
Yeah, Mikey.
Am I back?
Yes, you are.
You're back. We miss you. Where's
I think
the
I'm bouncing in.
Huh. It sounds good.
Yeah, it sounds good over here.
Okay.
Jay
Welcome
sounds
back.
a little
Did you,
crackly, but that could be.
Hey, turn the cameras back on. This is what I'm doing right now.
Where's the cookies, homie?
I don't know if you guys can you see that?
Okay.
What'd you break this time?
We had a bunch all in, so they shut my line down.
That looks like
damn.
Newspaper
It's a big old
or
line.
printer.
Not plastic sheeting.
We were.
Damn it.
Is he breaking up or is that me?
I think he cut out for a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, well he doesn't get service at all in that warehouse.
Yeah.
There he goes. And then you got guys like Mikey that pretend not to be loud when they actually are.
Well,
That big oven right there, the line goes back about, I don't know, 100 foot from that. You see these big yellow hoses right there coming down?
yeah.
There's a big machine right there that it's adding another layer of plastic to it.
Nice.
And what we're doing, what we're making, you know, you go to the doctor and they pull out a scalpel and it peels, that plastic peels in two pieces, and there's a white side and a not white side. Okay, so they're making the pouch on this line right here.
Nice.
And
holy shit.
It goes over to my line and I turn that one side of it white. I seal it.
Holy shit. Do you know what's funny? I used to do medical runs and haul the all the scalpels and everything that are in those pouches.
Yeah.
Yeah. I used to haul
I was just a patient.
tons and tons of stainless steel trays full of those to different hospitals and shit like that with the tools and everything in them. Which I always thought was weird.
This is a pretty big line compared to my. This is a huge line compared to my line. Mine's a little bitty.
Yeah.
This is a 4-man line. I work on a 2-man line.
Mikey, tell the truth. The only reason you're working there is for free ports. For free ports.
Well, and yeah, and free wood.
And free wood. And the occasional oddball electrical.
Here's something.
I did get that big power wire from here.
Here's something I'm gonna throw out to some base heads, especially beginning base heads or base heads on a budget or whatever. But sometimes your cabinet shops and your wood shops will get rid of good wood that can be used versus going and buying, you know, a sheet just to use a little corner.
Yeah, because some of those big shops will throw out a 30 by 30 inch piece because it's too odd to use it for anything else.
Right.
Construction sites are great too.
Yeah,
but Jay, you're not supposed to be taking the construction materials, bro.
No.
What they don't know won't hurt us.
Shit.
Well, what I would do when I worked construction is I had a lot of people would come up to me asking me about the scrap wood. Now, when you work for a larger construction company, you always have a lot of scrap wood. It's not like if you're a small contractor or you work on a small crew where you use everything. But I've given away pieces that have some odd cut in it, you know, that we're not going to use anymore. And it's good cabinet wood. Or I've taken it home for myself.
Yeah.
You know,
I
built a whole swimming pool. Well, do you remember the old swimming pool designs for subwoofer boxes? We used to put them in the back of trucks all the time. Like it would line the side, and then you'd be able to walk in the middle of it, and then you have like a tonneau cover.
Yeah.
Well, I built one of those, and didn't cost me nothing because I used the construction site. But you're right. You can't just go up there and steal the materials.
Right.
You know, I wouldn't suggest that.
See, and I'm pretty sure
having a 32-ounce straight limb match ain't fun.
See, and Cameron in chat says it right too. He says the lumber prices are stupid right now. And you're right, Cameron, because Mikey disappeared.
All right. Well, I'm gonna just look at the chat. So if you need something on screen or whatever, just let me know.
But I laughed because with the lumber and stuff like that, you know, for your end of the construction side of it, but then on like the demo side, if it's got to be the same type of thing to where if you have to throw away,
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
definitely.
4
I mean,
dumpster loads of wood that could have
that
been
is
used
my
by
favorite.
somebody else.
My favorite places to hit are remodel places. You know, like you drive down the road, you see the scrap wood out in front.
Yep.
What's the harm of stopping and asking them? Because 90% of the time they're going to toss that wood. That's why
Right.
it's in the scrap. You know,
Well,
so why not stop and ask them? You might come up with $300 worth of material. You know,
yeah.
especially if you're doing a wall or removing a back seat or something like that, because you're going to need the 2x4s for the frame. You know, cheap plywood works great on a roof. It works great for, like a sealing up a wall or whatever. You know.
See, and I laugh because doing demo, I know on the construction sites, dude, the demo sites when we weren't because we weren't destroying the building itself, but we start taking stuff out. We had people come up, you know, hey, what are you guys doing with all these tiles, you know? And
Right.
by the end of this one job, which was my favorite, we saved a whole 2 dumpsters worth of stuff that would have been thrown out, you know, and
Oh yeah. I mean,
the community bought it all. And my boss goes, "You sold it to him?" I said, "Yeah." All of us got together and decided we'd come up with the price, you know, because we weren't
yeah.
just we weren't shipping tiles.
Well, I like.
Man.
Well, there was one incident. We were doing a remodel, and the problem with this remodel is what we were
Hey,
taking out was
y'all want
only
to check out
6
my line
months
real
old.
quick?
Sure, why not?
Yep. Oops. Yep, I know those bags quite well.
Through the sub and comes out on the other end.
Okay,
Turn one side of it white.
nice.
Jay's seen the mess on the floor before where I dumped it on the floor by accident. It's like mixing super glue, Elmer's glue, and water all together.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's basically that's kind of over there. All those cores come in the middle of it. That's what I use for cores.
Oh, I gotta change that.
You can go in there,
I wish they were a little bit bigger.
and it's called an audio avatar.
Yeah. Well, I've got to change my avatar.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Because I don't have that anymore. In fact, that was my wife's
All
first
right, man. I'm gonna
good,
jump off here for a
quote
little bit and
unquote, good
go do
system.
something to get paid. I'll holler back at y'all in a little bit.
All right,
All
Mikey.
right, buddy. Dude. Have a good one, bro. But yeah, that was my wife's entry system.
Nice.
And it was kind of funny. Um, I had that on a Pyramid Arctic Series 1004 channel.
Yeah.
Or no, it was 2 channel. Sorry, 2 channel. Um, it was just a little $40 special. You know, I don't remember where I got it. I think I ordered it on Wish or something. But anyway, I had that one, the Pioneer, you know, the Power and Old Pioneer. But anyway, I bought her that one. I was like, this thing needs a better amp. But I put an HD 3K on it, set it to about 1500 watts because I thought that's what that sub was rated for, and it wasn't. And smoked it really good for her.
Oh yeah.
But I will put it to, I will say this about CT Sounds. That is a 600 watt RMS sub. I put 1500 RMS to it, and it took it for about 8 hours. Just constant beating on it. And it took it. I was really impressed with it. Did I lose everybody?
All right. Ah, shit.
Wow. I felt like I was going through a rave there for a minute, bro.
Yeah.
Nice reverb.
Oh yeah. You couldn't hear me earlier?
No, not at all. I thought everybody left me.
Uh-uh.
I don't want to do a live by myself, bro.
No, I
That's why
was
I
on
don't do
my
one on my
phone.
channel. Did you freak out again?
All right.
Is he back? He was back and then he left. How'd you mod that Jeep that way?
What up?
It's the same Jeep, just a different mod. It's actually I need that. I need that mod. I need that mod. Is he back?
Yeah.
Okay. Didn't sound. It doesn't sound like I'm at a rave right now, so that's a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I tried to come in on my other account and it's not working right.
Oh, I got you.
So let me see something real quick. Oh, that could be why. It's not my other account. Nice fish, by the way, Cameron. He
I don't
went
have the
and got,
chat pulled in.
nah, I just kicked up videos. I just kicked up YouTube on my phone.
Oh, I got you. I don't even know why I'm holding my phone up like a camera because I have my camera off. So there's that.
Yeah.
See, you can't teach an old dog new tricks.
Right. Now I'm gonna
I
try
just learned
this
that.
again. I'm gonna try this again because with the camera and the speakers from the laptop, they reverb out of the cell phone. So I've got to mute
Yeah.
both the laptop speaker and the microphone and then enter chat from StreamYards on my phone, and then I should be able to be hooked up and talk to you. So
Yeah, you gotta love the technical side of it. I don't even try to mess with YouTube like the live or whatever. To me, it's just like I don't want to screw it up, you know.
that didn't work.
Well, that sucks. Well, we're almost to our record, brother.
This is nuts. All right, hopefully that won't echo. That's not gonna work.
Oh shit.
Damn it. It
Well,
used
I
to
think
work.
it'll be.
Yeah, excess amperage says that they made a alternator for the truck.
Oh, that's
Which,
good.
yeah, but honestly, you might as well go back to, in my eyes, you might as well go back to the um, two single amp alternators of the
Right?
Chevy one wires because they normally come with the V pulley anyways.
Well, just think of this. At least you're lucky enough to be able to run two alternators.
Well,
I would have to
say
come
that.
up with some crazy off the wall shit to run two alternators on my car.
Yeah, but think
It's
about this one. One, you've got your alternator. Two, when it becomes wintertime or summertime
yep,
and you flip that switch and that heat or that cool air comes out of that tiny funny little box, um yeah, that compressor's not was never in my truck, so
right. Well, I don't ever, I never use my AC. And even when I run my heater, of course, you got to have that electrical, I don't drop. Like, I don't drop much with my heater on.
yeah.
Um, Now I drop a lot more in the summer just driving around or just banging the shit out of the system than I do during the winter. But again, in the winter, I love watching my volts stay at 15, you know, because the colder it is, the better that alternator works. But you're right. For the most part, you gotta be able to match that draw, I guess.
Or go exceed, because I mean the worst one would be
Yeah.
the
But again,
worst
that
is
goes back to
underrate.
the age old question: is can I put a high amp alternator on my car?
Yeah,
Or can
or
I find one big enough to put on my car?
one of my favorites, because if you think about this honestly, and this is an old, and I hate even bringing this up, but it is real. The old bass head back in the day was, we're going to get enough batteries that will power
Oh yeah,
the system for a half hour. We're going to leave a stock alternator and we're going to change it out, end up changing it out a lot. But we're also going to have those times where the lights aren't on and we're just cruising down the road because it's daylight and we're
oh
out in the
yeah.
middle of nowhere, so we're not banging, we're not in town. That kind of bass head, as long as you know you're going to be buying alternators left and right, or could, some alternators,
Yeah.
they were kings,
Well,
but
I mean, there's some alternators that you could pick up for a dime a dozen. It just
right.
depends on the car.
Mm-hmm.
Even the high output alternators for those cars, I fucking wish.
Yeah,
I mean, let's
well,
be honest about it. You find a 300 amp alternator for this car for $250, you know, versus most other cars where a 350 amp alternator is going to run you 500 or 600 bucks.
see, and that one scares me too, because then it makes me think of, and this isn't brand bashing in a way, but this makes me think of, in the actual automobile world, going and
Right?
buying an aftermarket fender for your 90 or 85, Toyota pickup truck is not gonna be like buying one from factory.
Right.
You
Right.
know, so I mean, do you take your chance? Or in my case, one of my cases was fenders for the car. Instead, they came off a junkyard car,
Well,
you know, because,
usually if I have to replace my fenders, especially if it's like the inner fender, like with the wheel well, if I got to replace one of those because it's something I'm doing with car audio, like say adding another battery or whatever, oh, I'm going straight to the junkyard. If
yeah,
I know I'm going to cut it up or something like that. But as far as just a factory replacement, I don't know. You know, I mean, that is the age old question. Do you go to the junkyard and try to make it work, or do you buy something new? You know,
well, in a lot of cases, I'm finding is now it seems like for certain vehicles, the junkyard is the only place you're going to find, or eBay, or I can't say Amazon on this one because sorry, you failed. Um,
right?
because they used to have the tail lights and the mirrors and everything even went for my little truck, but what
And
always surprised me is at the time I wanted to go black out everything
yeah,
versus chrome, but then when I started working on the truck and getting the idea of what it's going to look like as a full build, because that was why I bought the truck. One, it was a mini truck that I'd always wanted since high school ish times,
right,
you know. They came out and I saw one. I was like, yes, I wanted the model before this one, but even this body style, I was like, dude, that's fucking dope. I want one.
right,
So
right.
I built this mini
Well,
truck.
I was like that with the '86 S10, I think it was, or the '87. I always wanted one, actually,
Okay.
as a mini truck, and I bought that. Well, I went to buy the truck, and the guy ended up already having it sold. Well, then I looked into my Isuzu pup, and, and if you ask me, Nissan, Toyota, Isuzu, those are always going to be the kings of the mini truck. You know what I mean? And that's one thing I like about the mini truck culture and everything else. I noticed they stayed true to their roots. You know, paint jobs, certain ones with systems, some without. You know,
Yeah.
everything. It pretty much it evolved in a good way.
Yeah. And what's trip is in the mini trucking scene, I'm seeing how the basehead community should be. You know,
Mm-hmm.
hold on a
Or
sec.
how it used to be. You know, because let's be brutally honest here real quick. And I hate saying it because it does break my heart, but the basehead community as a whole is broken. Let's just be honest about it. It's broken. It's not like it used to be where this kid over here in say California is known by a guy in New York, and they're friends throughout the community, and everybody was close to everybody else, versus
Yeah.
now where you have fractured groups, you know, and you can look at that as a good thing or a bad thing.
Yeah. Well, um, with the whole thing, I kind of laugh because then there's things like my ass is in the middle of BFE, California.
right?
broken part of California, or I should say, the non-broken part of California, to be politically
So
correct,
I'm,
Paul.
I'm, I'm guessing Northern California.
Yeah,
Okay,
but in the beautiful part of California where you can still have some time to drive before you're right into pavement and concrete,
hmm
um, you don't really have a lot of choices going to shops, like local
right,
shops. You don't have a lot of upgraded, and when I say upgraded, I really shouldn't say that, I guess, but people that
comfortable.
don't, well, people that don't think outside of
1950.
a sealed or ported enclosure
Oh,
as
okay,
much as
gotcha.
they'll try and send you uh, looking at a sixth order or a fourth order or something like that, even if it's on a smaller system,
Right. Well,
and it's
and I
like,
mean, I really don't understand that because let's be honest, the past 20, 30 years, box building has evolved so much, you know,
right,
because like you said, the old school guys, we were ported or sealed. And if you
yeah,
go even further back to that, to the Bertha base, it was pretty much sealed. There was no porting.
well,
So I
actually,
can see,
the the, the beginning was infinite baffle, and that is your back speakers of your car
yeah,
that go into your trunk and into your cabin airspace of your car.
yeah,
That was the infinite baffle was the beginning. Then it went with woofers being in sealed boxes, woofers being
right. Well,
imported.
I say in the beginning because, well, I think you were in it long before I was, probably like that, like a 10-year gap, something like that. So like, well,
1988, I built my first speaker box.
okay, yeah, 1992 is when I bought my first system.
Okay.
And that's another thing that I think we should touch on: bought versus built.
Yeah. Well,
And it,
what
it,
I
it, when
loved
I what,
about
what I
it,
mean by what I mean by that is I'm not talking like high end builds. 'Cause, oh, my little brother, he will not go into my group and share his his system because it is a bought system. He's like, well, my system doesn't compare to any of your guys. It's base.
yeah,
Just because I do not like the brand that you're, and I'm not going to say his brand, but just because I do not like that brand and I would never promote that brand in any way, shape, form, or fashion, does not mean I'm going to bash on you. Does not mean I'm going to let anybody else bash on you. But that's
yeah.
the problem with the guy with the quote unquote system versus a base head. Most of the guys with a system don't really, they don't know how to approach a base head. You know what I mean? Like, they're afraid of catching that shit, because he's running, you know, brand A, or I'm going to rephrase that, brand F equipment, and you're running brand A, you know.
Well, or one of my favorites too is coming up to competitions, you know, for like running that one. For me to go to a competition, I got to go to a big city normally,
Yeah.
or somewhere like that, to where there might be a dude that's got, 1,000-watt system, and his 1,000-watt system is clean 1,000 watts. Mine's,
Mm-hmm.
and I say this because I've been there, but mine's a dirty 1,000 watts. So he gets 130 dB on the nose, and I get 128. Yet it shows that we're both running this 1,000 watts of power, and
Exactly.
to
Exactly.
where you don't want to go next time, because the next time you go, this guy's in your class. You
Right.
know, for a killer
Well,
example, and I'm
that's
not
another thing
this
that.
guy. I really love this dude. I really, really love this guy, because to me, he's always been polite and everything, and he knows what he's doing. And if I did have a question, he would tell me, when I'd ask him a question, does he care for the brand I run? I don't know. That's something that he would have to answer for himself. But
Right.
at the same time, dude, honestly, Project SPL running 2 subs in an S10 Blazer, banging hella crazy numbers,
Right.
is awesome to me.
Right.
I love that build, because that build gives me something to look at, gives me something to watch. Part of that is partially because it's not something you would see. Well, I can't say it's not something you would see over here on the West Coast as much,
Right.
but on a consistency of the small towns, you definitely wouldn't see it as
Right.
much, if at all.
Right. Well,
And
I mean, I think that's like, I think that's everywhere though. Like, I mean, there's certain parts of each state where you're going to see an extreme amount of extremely big builds, but then on the other side of the state or wherever, you'll have 4 or 5 different small groups, like, to where they're not getting into that really big shit, you know.
yeah, or, for example, my area, and that's one of the reasons why I went with what I went with. We don't really have a lot of extra money to spend
Right.
on car audio. So
Exactly. Unless you sit there and scrounge and save.
yeah, and I've heard this from a lot of bass heads that, yeah, it took me, it took me X amount of time to get this amp. Now I've got to wait to get this, or like tonight.
Oh, right.
Tonight we got to see that the power wire came for Project
Right.
X. I mean, shit, Project X has been mentioned probably a year ago, when the idea
Well,
came to mind of
this will
building
give you
something.
a hint. We started planning. Mike and I and another person. I'm not going to mention his name. It ain't worth it. But anyway, Mike and I. What'd you say, Mike and I? Anyway, 2 years ago, started planning my build. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm still not done. I've still probably got another $3,000 or $4,000. Oh shit, I gotta buy just to put in that cart. You know, it takes a while. But
Yeah.
then again, you have times where you have the money, or you got guys that can afford to drop $10,000, $15,000 all at once in a blink of an eye, and not even miss it, and have a system built in a day or two. You know, versus car always in and out of the garage or constantly parked in a driveway. You know, like our systems have gotten so complicated and so time consuming now. It's just like working on a classic car in your driveway, you know, or doing a garage frame off restoration. You know, we take that much time to build, you know. And I think that's a lot of base heads, to be honest with you.
Yeah. And then you got my crazy ass out here when it's a customer or a friend's build. It's easy to get it done when you've got the vehicle at your disposal. But
Exactly.
what's really fun is when it's your own personal build and
Oh, yeah.
you always keep an eye of looking at other people's builds and seeing what people are doing, you know. And for me, I can honestly say I do not have, minus that one troll, I do not
Right.
really have any enemies or anything in the basehead community. All I have is
Right.
love. And I think a
Right.
lot of it might be because my ass isn't in the lane. But at the same time, like we were discussing earlier tonight, which is nice, is the truck was purpose built for budget because it doesn't need, let's be honest, dude, you don't need those two excess power, the D7500s, if you've only got a 1500 watt amp and a battery that can handle
Right.
1500 watts,
Right.
150 amp draw, you know, and all you'd really need is a alternator and upgraded wiring to help keep your battery charged
Right. Right.
for
Right.
your system to last longer. But doing it this way, I've got more than enough power. And
Exactly.
and
Well,
my
you know,
one,
I get that question. I get that question a lot. Why do you have 4 batteries in your trunk when
yeah,
you can just get one battery that is going to match, or 2 batteries that's going to match the maximum amp output? And the simplest answer is space, for one. Now then,
yeah,
I
for
could
you,
go and I could actually put two these 7500s in my trunk. That would
yeah,
be a tight fucking fit, but they would fit. But the problem is getting those heavy ass batteries out of that car
yeah,
without having to take the entire system out, you know.
or my favorite, the weight of it. So now, not only do you have this, and I'm gonna kind of exaggerate for people, but on some of these real actual Baltic birch boxes or birch boxes, where there's
They
12 and
can
13,
get heavy.
yeah, 13 layers between 3/4 of an inch.
Right.
It's not light. So now you've dropped this 3
Even
or
even that
700 pound.
7 layer birch, Even the 7-layer birch, a 4x8 sheet of it is 50 pounds
Yeah.
at least. You know,
So
sometimes heavier than that, especially if it's green. You know,
yeah. So here you've got
eventually
two of
that
these.
sheet can weigh up to 100 pounds on you.
Yeah. So you've got two of these. Hopefully they're dry when you build your box. But
Right?
you've got two of these, you know, you've got 100 pounds of wood, or in some cases 700 plus pounds of wood in a
Exactly.
vehicle. And my favorite is one of my buddies. I was trying to explain to him and I have to bring it up because this is how problematic basehead life can be. But
Exactly.
the car is only rated for 860 pounds of cargo and passenger weight.
Exactly.
I weigh 150 to 160. Back in the day, I weighed 145. I may not look it, but yes, I'm 160 last time I weighed myself. So,
Brother, I love you to death. You know that, but I really want to get you a great VIV right now. I stepped
but
on the scale the other day, and that motherfucker screamed at me to get off.
yeah, well, I don't mean
So, I mean, I
anything by
can't
it,
wait.
but you know, these are literally the things we have to think about, especially
Exactly. Like,
as
well, I
private
remember back in the
builders.
day, I think I told you about this, but pulling up on a trailer because I would always tow my base car to the shows. Pulling up to the trailer and dropping my axle on the ground, you know, from the vibration of that damn thing, you know. And that's
Yeah.
another thing that we have to worry about. Okay, hey, how long has it been since I tightened this shit up, you know? Or why
Yep.
in the hell is my ass end moving like it is, you know? Or look, or one case, I dropped my keys on the ground and I look up and I notice I broke the frame of my truck. And I'm
Yep.
thinking, like, how in the fuck did I do this? And then I'm looking in the bed and I'm watching, you know, there's 1,000 pounds or almost 3,000 pounds in the bed of the truck, you know. That truck's not rated for that, you know. And then you
Yep.
add the vibration, and yeah, I'll be the first one to admit it. It is cool as fuck when you break something. Yeah, you get that initial being pissed off, but then you sit back and fuck yeah, you know.
Seeing when I dropped the mirror in the Nissan, the little Nissan that ain't rated for anything, and I'm trying to put a 72 bank cell of LTO lithium,
Right?
which means bus bars included. So you got to weigh up the 40 amp hours of all that.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure we're probably way the hell over. So any group that actually, when I read, and that's some things I'd like to have certain judges up even, is or the whoever the leader of like the NSPL, you know, the
Right.
Northern, whoever the lead judge is or person that's in charge, I would love to have them on and ask them questions like, okay, when I read, and I'm sorry if you guys don't have this in your rules, but I have seen this, but your vehicles have to be driven to the show.
Right.
Well, how is it driven to the show could mean, okay, well, I drove it onto the trailer, I hauled it to the show, and I
And yeah.
drove it off
Or
of the
let's
trailer
not to say, okay, I'm going to drive it to the
versus,
show, but I'm going to trailer it to the gas station 5 blocks from the show, you know.
well, or even my thing. I just drove 3,327 miles or whatever it is.
Right?
I think it's less. I think it's like 2,000 miles or whatever. But yeah, I just drove this ungodly distance to come to Slam, which is
Right.
Slamology, the hugest show. For the people that don't know, I know you two know, but
That's the daddy of them all.
yeah, that is the
That's
U.S.
that's Cheyenne, Wyoming, in the basehead world.
Yeah, that is, the king.
It's not the oldest, but it is the biggest.
Well, the thing that's cool about it is, to me, is, and I even want to ask our special guest on Sunday, one of the things I want to ask him, if he's got some time and he's cool with it, is because he's competed a lot, and I'm not really sure just how far he went, but I know that he's gone to Slam and stuff, and I'd
Right?
like to talk to somebody like have Dante on here. I forgot what his last name is. I'm really sorry, Dante. I don't mean anything about that. He did B2 Audio, Brazil, and he owns, I might be wrong, but last time I looked at who owned the record, he owns the loudest vehicle in the world, I think it is, for a
Oh hell
DD.
yeah! I want to party with that dude. Whoever you are, I want to party with you right now. I want to
He's a
come out.
Brazilian guy, and he seems, from the interviews I've seen on it with him, he seems hella cool. He's got a son that kind of likes the basshead community, or the basshead, being in there, helping dad and shit. But at the
Right?
same
Yeah, the
time,
basehead world.
he kind of wants to do his own thing, which is very understandable, and I commend him on that. But I commend him on helping dad too, because the bonding aspect and getting to do something that a kid or a father and son like to do together, and there is a
Oh,
father and son I can
there,
think of.
brother. I'll tell you right now, from first-hand feeling, there's not a feeling like it. My
Yeah,
son has never really been around big bass. You know, he
yeah,
helped me on the hawk build. He helped me on this build, in fact, too. And I love being able to share my experience with him.
yeah.
And my knowledge, because like any other,
I
well,
see you,
let's
Mikey.
call it a trade or a profession or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
When I die, I'm taking my knowledge with me. You know what I mean? And so, in order to leave that legacy behind, I got to be able to teach somebody.
yep,
So, and I'm a believer in this. If we don't keep doing that and keep trying to get younger generations in and stop the BS and all the bullshit, let's be honest, this hobby's gonna die. You know, I
or
mean,
it'll turn
it's
into
already.
something
It'll turn into
something worse.
something that nobody wants to be a part of.
Yeah,
And that's sad. It's very sad to say. So,
yep,
like, teaching my son, like, using a piece of wood and two screws to scribe out a hole, or measuring something out and showing him how to come up with the cubic feet and everything,
yeah,
or where one idea can take you on a completely different path when it comes to a build.
yeah.
Because originally I was not going to fur
Crazy boxes
my
this
entire
morning.
truck. All I was going to do was just do the whole trunk in wood, you know.
What'd you
Big
say,
pain in your
Mike?
And then what's
I
that?
said we were talking about some crazy boxes this morning, wasn't we?
Yeah.
Did
Yeah,
I
but
miss
that
something? Hi, Mike. I didn't see you jump in, brother.
I've been here for a while.
Sneaking in on my ass. I see.
Yeah.
I'm like the CIA. You never know when you might get caught slipping.
You didn't catch
I'm
me slipping,
coming
homie.
for that
I don't slip.
car money.
No, you ain't coming after mine. Just remember, I'm gonna send that Walkman home with new batteries.
Yeah.
Keep telling you, Bubba, you need to get lithium so I can have your AGM.
I hope you are loud.
What's that?
What'd you say, Mikey? It almost looks like he froze.
He probably did.
Oh, there he is. I see him moving around. What'd you
I
say,
don't
Mikey?
see his. I don't see Mike.
No,
It ain't hard.
that's because I went like this, Jay.
There he is. Now I don't. I think Mikey's having technical issues.
Get louder than Scar. Dry.
You're breaking up real bad, Mike. Did we lose him again?
He looks partially frozen.
Yeah, he don't have good service. You would think with the technology the way it is, we'd have better cell service.
Oh, he just went poof. But yeah,
I figured he would.
I've ran into some differences, and my biggest thing is like when I am seeing something new, though, is the changing my mind and changing the build in mid-process.
Oh,
And
exactly.
it might be so simple as getting on the computer one day, being on my enclosure program, and one day it tells me X, Y, and Z makes this for the feet per second in port space. But then I noticed one day that I was trying to do it, and I don't know if the calculations on the enclosure were off a little, which would change, definitely
Right?
change the output of what your port length and everything and size should be. But
Yep.
I kind of like the when I do it, I always take pictures, normally on my cell phone, because that's about how smart I am.
Right.
And
I always draw out like my wiring diagram, what fuse I used, what brand I used, when I did it, how it's ran, everything. I write it down in a notebook because that way I can go back and like, oh, okay, here we go. Or I would take pictures and, put like a reminder, refer to this,
You just said something that totally, I mean, this is how crazy the community's gotten. Okay. Back in the day, it was you used brand A fuse because there wasn't A through Z. But if a 200 amp fuse rated, remember, this is all electrically rated, or supposed
right?
to
And
be.
remember, not all 250 amp fuses are created equal.
See, and that's the thing. It should be, if it says 250, you are
It
a
should be.
250 amp fuse. You're not.
It very well should be. And sadly, it doesn't happen all the time. Or wire, you know, because you had so many types of O gauge wire or 1/0 wire,
Hey,
and
hey, you leave that
but
alone.
you also have European gauge, and you have uh, universal gauge, and all this shit. So you're expecting a 1/0 wire, and they send you a 4/0 or a 4 gauge.
Well, my bigger complaint is that for at least, and I hope everybody hears this that owns anything to do with speaker wire or power wire for car audio, please listen to me. On the advertisement of your product, please make it clear if it is
Please,
CCA, which is copper
please,
coated aluminum, or oxygen free copper, and what percentage it really is. And the third
right.
one, what's up, Josh? And the third one
What's up, Josh?
is,
We're going
please somebody come up with some silver cables, gold plate them. I will dig the gold myself if
or
I have to get
or
keep
or
these cables coated.
or drop the price of OFC Gold Core,
Yeah, well,
because that's
you
just
don't really.
like, what is it now? I think it's like $30 a foot now.
Yeah, but see, my
Might as
thing
well
is,
be. Or like, I mean, I'm not gonna name brands because we all have our likes and dislikes of certain brands. But
I learned it from you,
say you
Josh.
have you buy brand A just to try it out, and you find out you absolutely love this wire, okay? And you find one place to buy this brand A, and you use it for a long time, and then you go to buy more to replace or add or whatever, and you can't find brand A wire anymore, because it moved to, it got bought to another company, and that company is throwing a poor quality wire into it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's the
See, and
same
I've even
thing with
seen.
subs and amplifiers and speakers and everything else too.
Yeah. Well, it's just like the whole don't rate your 200 watt by 2 channel amp at a 4 ohm load. Don't rate that damn thing as 1100, please. Even if you're selling
And
your shit for $50, please don't do it
and
because people don't
If you
know.
just give us the real rating, we'll still buy the products because we know exactly the rating we're looking for to push our speakers. So
exactly.
quit lying. If it's only 100 by 4, tell us it's only 100 by 4. Don't tell us it's 1,000.
Yeah, but then what about stuff like this one? My speaker says it's 950 RMS, yet it actually needs 1500.
Oh, I'm on the exact same page, dude. If it'll take 2,000, just tell us it'll take 2,000. Don't bullshit us and tell us it'll only take 1,500 and let us guess.
Yeah.
Because we're just going to keep pouring power to them. Just be honest, and we'll buy the product either way. I think
Yep.
I think some of these companies would have better luck selling their products if they would just rate them accurately. Or I don't even care if they're perfect. You know, if it's 192 watts and you say it's 200, we're okay with that.
Yeah.
Because we're going to see that 200 watts on certain frequency range.
And certain voltages.
Right. And ohm load, maybe, you know, because we all like to test that wiring under ohm load. But that's my theory on it.
Yeah. And I'd like to see some amps coming out that are AB. And I know that's a huge discussion, AB or D, or I can even remember seeing there was some class Fs, and the one that sticks in my mind because it was either F or G or something like that, but it was Orion. I'd like to even know what the hell that means, and I've been in the bass community a long time.
US Acoustics had a 6-foot long surfboard that was like 4 inches wide, and it was a class F or something like that weird.
Yeah,
I think it was
to
compete with that Orion amp back in the day.
Well, what the hell is class F? Because I understand, and we're going to have topics on this, or at least, I plan on doing at least a video on it. It might not be an actual open chat like this. It might just be just your standard ass video of AB, class D, old school meanings, and the new class Ds. And if somebody can help me with the class F, then that would be cool, or any of the other classes understanding what they are. But to me,
I wonder if we could get an amp guy up here to help us with all that.
Well, I know a female salesperson, and I know of one person, but I think if I did the live with him, it would be something that 90% or 99% of my viewers would be watching. I shouldn't even say 99% of my viewers, but my viewers should be sleeping or something. All you guys would be asleep because I want to say it's Bear Vids.
Yeah, I'd like to get him.
Amps.
I would definitely watch that later when I did get up. I got a guy in mind I'm going to talk to.
Yeah. Well,
he's a tar amps guy, but
I don't care.
I'm sure he's pretty good with all amps. I'll see if I can get you guys in cahoots together.
Yeah, because okay, the first background for several shows on the screen, not counting my screen, but on the screen was a dust cover from the one of the machetes, but on the back wall, yeah, you kind of see, but that's more, even a shop owner, I would have a wall like this, of just people that I've met and things that I've had, autographed or anything like that, kind of stuff. It's just like when you walk into the local shops around here, you'll see stuff from JL or Kicker, is mostly what I see.
Yeah, I'll help you.
And sad thing is the shops look dead. But
right. And that's a sad thing when it comes in like the smaller shops in the area, the shops don't carry what you or I would want. You know what I mean? Like they
Yeah.
can order it for you. Oh, they can put it in for you, but they can't carry it. You know.
Well, dude, I went to one shop, Jay, and old boy straight told me I didn't want that product. And
Oh yeah.
I guess I will be nice, and this will be the first time I actually promote somebody besides like the banner right now. But a big promotion to a couple people in jail audio for, talking and stuff like that and helping me figure out some things, but or try and help me send me in the right direction for a score.
Right.
Because and what I'm going to call a score is I was driving down the road talking to a buddy. I'm at work, I can't stop right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I look over and okay, yes, I can admit I look at stuff on the side of the road that's not supposed to be stuff on the side of the road.
Right.
And I told my buddy, I was like, you watch, because I see these two baskets and motors sitting there. And I was like, and that's all I could see at the time. And I was like, whoa, those were subs. Little, but those are subs.
Right.
And I was like, all right, bro, if those are back there on my way home, I'm going to stop and grab them. And he's all,
Oh yeah.
he goes, you're picking up subwoofers. I said, bro, you watch. I said, if I don't stop and pick them up, they will be some jail audios or something like that I would actually think was badass, that at some times in my life I could never afford JLs. I
Right.
look at them.
And also back in the day, like back when I was competing, JL audio was king. And I think that's what we tend to forget is the roots of bass.
Well,
Because
for
every so
me,
often, you'll have that brand change. Like it was JL, and then it was Kicker, and then it got into like Sundown and DC and PSI, and so on and so forth.
see, and for me, it was Fosgate, Rockford Fosgate.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, JL, and it was like Rockford Fosgate and Kicker had a competition going. And then JL stepped on the scene and totally screwed that competition up between those two
Right.
companies. And
because
then
you are an old bass head, I'm going to ask you about this one. Only because you're an old bass head. Do you remember the competition between Panasonic and Pioneer? When Pioneer stepped on the scene and then Panasonic just left.
Yeah. My favorite was Alpine in the Chiclets versus
Right.
Pioneer and Kenwood. And in my eyes, I fell in love with the Chiclets. I'm not going to lie. I fell in love with the Chiclets. But when my deck got stolen, dude, and there was nothing my ass could do,
Right.
that put a hurting into me that I could not handle. One of my homeboys showed me that no, you need this RCA cable hooked up to your crossover with the mic an earphone plug in it and plug it into your damn Walkman or your CD player and play from
Right.
there, bro. And I did
Right.
that for a long time, but I got to hear some of the super tuners, and then I got one myself, started playing with it. And then in the next car, it was a Super Tuner 2, Super Tuner 3. And then I got
Right.
totally, completely out of car audio, like big time.
It
And
is sad when that happens too. But I mean, I think, the good thing is, I think now a lot of the old bass heads, they're pretty much coming out of retirement. You know,
well,
guys
what it
that did
was
compete or didn't and just had loud systems. They're all. I think we're all getting back into it.
for me, the thing is life happened, and I say that kind of funny, but life problems happen, but some
You
life
know,
things came up, whether it's really a problem or not. We're just going to say the problems of life. And how are you going to deal with these
exactly.
problems of life financially and afford a system? It ain't going to work.
Right.
The last time I bought a system was I got a car, I put a deck in it, I put an amp and 2 subs in it, and left the stock speakers in there,
Right.
and we're gonna upgrade it, but didn't have the money, and my birthday was coming up, and I got in trouble for spending basically the birthday account, or
Oh, I
the
mean,
money.
the car audio.
I got lost, I got like bitched at and in big time in trouble for spending the birthday account money a month
Right.
early, because now there's no birthday account money to buy me any presents or anything like that. And I'm like, uh, first of
And
all,
and you
I was like, first of all, yeah, I kind of went overboard, but at the same time, this is something I love to do. And when you met me, I was doing this, and,
right. Right.
you know, let's do this, and just be happy we've got a system to enjoy, you know.
Exactly. I mean, that's well. I mean, you heard my wife the other night.
Yeah.
She loves this as much as I do, and I'm not gonna lie. Mikey can tell. So can Neal, Aria, pretty much everybody that knows me. I am spoiled fucking rotten, and my wife enjoys doing that. Now, of course, she is too. So
Yeah.
having that understanding is almost a must. You know,
Mm-hmm.
like,
And
and now my wife winches when like say I drop $3,000 in one day on car audio. She'll wince a little bit, like I mean that's a painful bill. Like I don't
yeah.
even like hitting that deck out button when it's that big of a bill. So like half the time I let her buy it. Like here, just hit the button. Like, because it does hurt when you start getting in to 5 figures for a build. It starts hurting, and I don't care who you are. Like you can be making $1,000 a day. That's still gonna hurt, you know. But
Well, you're
she's
right,
always like,
because
you wanted to do this. You really like doing it. Go do it. just slow down.
Yeah. Well, here's something that I'm going to say that I know a lot of people are going to get real mad at me about. And I'm talking
That's all right.
real mad. But I do not mean this in any way, so I'm going to explain it in the fullest, so it might take a little longer than normal. But
That's all right.
you've got brand A that's got, you know, boards made in Village B or Country B. You've got,
Right.
which really sounds bad because I can think of both of those, but
I can too.
I'm not saying it like that, but let's say
Well, that's a
Zimbabwe's
big debate. That's a really big debate in the basic community, and actually has probably started fights.
right, but here's my Zimbabwe boards.
Okay.
These are my
Well, we already
Zimbabwe.
know.
These are my Antarctic amps. These are the ones made down at the sewer plant, over here, Company C.
Mhm.
It almost would be, you can't say that Zimbabwe amps versus Antarctica amps couldn't be different in price due to the cost of the products making them built. And
Right.
the sewer plant farm shouldn't be able to charge the same price as Zimbabwe and Antarctica, because the sewer plant's getting their stuff straight out the trash
Right.
can.
Right.
They're getting all the seconds or thirds or fourths or whatever you want to call it.
And then slapping a big number on it.
Well, even just slapping it together, and if the sewer plant knew that they had to sell, like they had to really build a 5,000 watt amp, and if they didn't say that it was 5,000, or maybe they want to say it's 4,500 to really get people to want to buy it, because goddamn, if this is 4,500, man, Zimbabwe and fucking Antarctica's 4,500s don't even come close to this. This is more like their 5K,
Right.
type scenario.
Or you get guy A sees sewer plants advertisements for say 5,000 watt. Oh hell yeah! And then buys it, and it's 2,000 watts.
Yeah. Well,
You know what I mean?
1100.2 versus and this one I don't remember exactly, and it keeps making me watch the video and I need to write it down, but I think it's 2-ohmed bridged. It's 234 watts at 2 ohms bridged. And that's another thing that I want to talk about on a thing, is because some people will say something like that, but you could call it I think that's for a 2x4,
Right.
so just call it a 2-channel at 4 ohms, or a 4-channel
Right.
at 4 ohms. When you're rating the power, don't twist it, and don't, if you're selling a monoblock bass amp, don't test it at 1 kilohertz,
Right.
And that's one of the reasons I was looking, because I figured that how decent are people's low pass on their crossovers of the amplifiers and the products. And I'd like to talk to DS18 and really pick their
My
brain
brand, my
about
brand.
six-way crossover that they have,
I
because that
that is
shit says that it starts for your subs at your subsonic at like 10 hertz. And
right.
if that
I
means that
was
it can
like,
pick up at 10 hertz, that's dope. Because then
I
you just,
love now. Everybody knows I absolutely love DS18. You know,
yeah,
so there's a lot of stuff I would like to get a rep on the phone and just pick his brain about, especially like their speakers and like their mid range versus their, versus their subs and versus their highs. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah. Well, that's where I think having a shock would be fun, because if you, I don't like the idea of some of these shops where it's only, we carry brand A, B, C, and D, and that is literally it. But then you have places like uh, Sky High, because they're close. Um, Down for Sound's the second one closest in distance. Um, GP Audio is out there. Big Jeff's is out there. Showtime Electronics is out there. Um, I hope I'm saying that. Yeah, it is.
I
'Cause
think it is. I think it is.
and then I know there's more shops out there, but those are the ones that come to my mind because that's what I see, you know, through this rebirth of bass. And
Right.
it's like the whole seeing the regular surrounds, when I started, dude, the first, the first, I guess you could call them, because they didn't say they were full range, but
Right.
the
They were called
first,
low range or something along that line, I believe.
yeah, they weren't called a woofer yet or a subwoofer,
No, no, not yeah. They were more like, well, we used a lot of the PA speakers and like
like the Black Widows and
pro
shit.
audio subwoofers.
Hey, we want to go
Like we
that
didn't
route.
have the car audio. Like in the 80s and even up to like the early 90s, we really didn't have subwoofer brands.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm
We were
saying, dude,
making
it was shit like, um, if every town had, it seemed like a Radio Shack. That's why I'm going to give them props, because even in a small town, you were
right,
supporting music. So,
right.
and they had
I love
Realistic
the
was
Radio Shack.
their original brand, and
Right.
then they came out with Optima, which seemed like it was crap compared to their originals. And you
I
had
didn't like it.
companies like Pile and MTX and uh,
And see that I want to bring that brand up. That's what a lot of people really don't realize now. When you see Pile, I'm going to say entry level. That's all I'm going to say. That's what people look at. And but what they don't realize is Pile at one time was a leader in the field for their mids and their highs.
yeah,
We didn't always have Pioneer, Kenwood. We didn't always have like JVC and Jensen and Kicker and all those. I mean, it was for the most part, it was a Panasonic 8-track. Let's be real about it. It was a Panasonic 8-track, or a realistic 8-track, or if you were lucky, a tape deck.
Yeah.
And then it progressed up, and then Alpine was God for head units.
Seeing, I even had some Sony head units, but part of my career, I gotta say that, if it wasn't for Sony being an innovative and bass heads being creative, or not even bass heads, but just music lovers in general being kind of creative with how we're gonna get our music fixed,
How are we gonna make it louder? How are we gonna
not
oh, I
even
can
that
shake my
part.
mirror. I wonder if I can shake my windshield.
Not even that part, but at the time, dude, think about this. It's early 90s. Everybody's got a Walkman. Everybody's got a
Right,
Discman, maybe.
right,
Yeah. But everybody's at least got some form of Walkman. Don't care what brand. I'm going to
exactly.
call it in general. It's a Walkman. And for the people that don't know what we're talking about, this was and this is even going to be funnier, but portable cassette player that you could actually put in your pocket, and or something real close to fit into your pocket with headphones. And
Gen X's version of the iPod.
yep, yep, exactly. So, and it even works with the
And
black.
if you didn't have a dual tape deck at home, right, to double tape, you had to carry multiple tapes with you,
Yep,
to change that music. You remember
yep,
the suitcases, like the big
yes,
son bitch? I had 3 of those in my car. I was like,
yep,
my friends go ride around, Friday night after the game. Well, we can't fit in here. Your tapes are in the way. Like that was a base head problem. You know,
yeah. Well,
I will
same
say
with the CD
I like having everything on
cases,
my phone.
the cases of CDs and stuff, because
Oh yeah,
honestly, and the
or getting
sad
honked
part
at
was,
at the red light for changing a CD.
yeah, and I laughed because there's also cases and times where it's the whole just, I mean, who was creative enough to come up with, hey, if you can't afford a head unit, then, use this wire harness, this type of wire adapter and plug it all in, and make it work, because I mean, if you weren't creative, then what the hell? And one of my biggest problems was during all of this, I wasn't allowed to get my driver's license. So I was building this nasty ass car stereo system and wiring it for my home stereo system. And at the
Right.
same time, I'm going down at that same Radio Shack where I'd get my wiring and fuses and stuff like that. I started seeing stuff like mixers and, that kind of stuff. And it was like, hey, and I'd heard a little bit of some early mixing, and it was like, dude, this
Oh
is
yeah.
cool, you know.
Well, like I told you on that live, that's the music that I actually fell in love with bass music.
Yeah.
Like my favorite was Grandmaster Flash. Always gonna be Grandmaster Flash. And then you
Yep.
had, like NWA and then all of them, and like that was our first bass music, you know, besides like R&B. Because R&B had a
Yeah.
great bass rhythm to it, and you could get loud with it. And then here comes electrical music, techno, and then you
Well,
had the split offs from like house and trance and blah 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 blah. And then
Jay,
I think this.
do you do
But
you see the scroll? Do you see the scroll going across the bottom?
hold on just a second.
Because that's where that came from. Oh. Uh-oh, we lost Jay. Oh, there he is. There you are.
Sorry about that, brother.
It's all good. But
And
yeah,
to answer your question, yeah, I see it.
yeah, that little scrolling is because that sticker's from Techmaster.
Right?
And it was because of that whole Techmaster, DJ Magic Mike, DJ Fury, Vicious Bass. There's more.
Oh, there's so many more. So many.
Yeah,
Especially in the
Bass
late 80s, early
Mechanic.
90s, when people were like really getting into mixing. Like, you know what I
Yeah,
mean? And the scratching and everything else. And that, I mean, that was cool when that came out, especially
I
for
got
bass
my
heads.
ass kicked. I got my ass kicked for scratching on the Pioneer record player and scratching and ruining, not only ruining the records, but screwing up
Oh,
the
yeah.
needle. I screwed up Dad's
Or
diamond needle, and
did you
yeah,
break the band?
no, thank God.
I broke the band on my mom's. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, her console was called a Vanguard. And I don't remember
Okay,
where it came from. I know this thing was old as shit. And it had the two turntables, and then it had had the cassette player, and then also had the 8-track. I broke the band on her record players.
oh,
I could not sit down for about a month and a half. I didn't come out of my closet for about 2 weeks. I was hiding.
well, that's the one thing that. Sorry, hold on a sec.
Well, let me ask you this. When you're done listening to your music today, what do? You turn off your phone, right? Or you just connect your USB, or you turn your system off. But back in the day, we had to close the record player up, make sure the needle's not laying on its, on the turntable.
Yep.
Close it, put the record back in the sleeve, don't tear the cellophane, and slide it in upright. Never stack records laying flat. Like, there was a process to our music.
Yeah.
It's
See,
not
and
like
I
today,
went
you flip up your phone, hit 2 buttons, and you're jamming.
well, or one of my favorite parts of all of this is once you put the records away or the compact discs away or the cassette tapes in their right holder case.
Oh yeah. And don't
And
fuck my case up.
Yeah, but you've got all your cases put back all nice and everything back in the books and stuff, or the suitcase or suitcases, like Jay said, which was real. It was like, then all of a sudden, you've got maybe 2 songs you like on the album,
Right.
and so it behooved us to learn how to um, start doing stuff like mixing, making playlists before they were called
Right.
playlists, and doing
Yeah, man,
mixes
that was my
before they
next
were called
meeting.
mixes.
That's but you could have like a whole case of CDs, and
Yeah,
your buddy be you're riding with your buddy. You're like, hey, do you have such and such by such and such? Oh yeah, man, it's in the third case, like fifth
yeah,
page, two down. Like we knew where everything was.
yeah,
Versus now, you like search, like the struggle's gone.
yeah,
But it did open up a new struggle.
yeah,
You go online and you find all these songs that you absolutely love. How do you choose? Unless you get them all, and then now you have a USB that's got 1,000 songs on it. And then you got a single then head unit where it's hard to search for the songs, or almost impossible unless you
yes,
just go through each song.
yep. You're right.
And like
You're right.
our music, we had to learn our music by hanging out with somebody.
See, and I thought you were going to go on this aspect of having those 1,000 songs on there that, yeah, it's portable. It is kind of a pain in the butt, with our single
Right?
DIN head unit looking up music. But at the same time, unless you're single DIN smart enough to actually read files, but
Right.
that's for, I guess, the brand, or yeah, the brand people, the industry
Right.
people, we'll call them, that we can ask questions to. Why aren't the decks all like this? But then,
Yeah, because I mean, it's really tough for a bass head to find the right deck because we're not looking at the features. You know what I mean? Like when I look at a deck, I'm not looking at how many band equalizer that has. Can I get this? Can I get that? Will this thing wipe my ass when I'm done taking a shit? I don't need all
what he
that. The
means,
numbers I'm
what he
looking
means,
for is volt out, the volt output. Where that thing is stable at. Where's it gonna clip at? I'm
see, now
looking at the technical side of it.
that's something that I've never seen until I got to see the O scopes and the DD1s and stuff like
Right.
that. Is where does this deck clip at? And back in the day, we never knew anything about that unless they put
Shit,
the
we didn't know what
mic.
clipping was. We were going until our
Well,
fucking subs bottomed out, because we tuned everything by ear,
yeah,
and
but at the
then
same time,
some genius got it in his head, hey man, let's try a voltmeter. Or if you were lucky enough to have parents that had the big ham radio stations, and they owned an O-scope, then you had to be smart enough to hook your system up to that O-scope.
yeah, but even like for what I was going to say with it is, then they came out with the decks that actually had the EQs especially had
Right,
the wire to wire, to where you could run your speaker wires, because most decks didn't have RCAs. God forbid if you
right,
had a deck that was the single ground and 3 other speaker wires or 4 speaker
Exactly.
wires and 1
Can I stop you there real quick to bring up another thing that a lot of guys don't do anymore, but then we can go back. Grounding your RCAs. Because in a lot of those old decks, you had to. You know, when they first came out with the RCA.
Yeah. See, and they came out with the greens and, you know, reds, and that's about when it started, or at least I started, besides at home, because the old receiver actually had a meter on it to where
Right.
it went back and forth for how much, you know, and it would show where you were starting to clip your shit, which was cool.
Right.
And they brought it into the car audio scene, and that was awesome because we trusted the brands that we were buying, that their equipment was correct on when the equipment was clipping and everything. Now you've
Exactly.
got a, you know, and that I think really started more of, you know, trying to get more of a good sound versus, you know, you can hear the static on the front speakers versus the back speakers because
Right.
you don't have your deck turned more power to the back on the fader. It's sitting even, so it's feeding full signal to both. And
Right.
you don't know any better, you know, but it's loud, you know.
Right.
And nowadays,
And
it
when it all
seems like,
started, that's all it was loud.
yeah,
You know, I
it's,
mean, that's all we wanted was loud. We weren't worried about wind. We weren't worried about, you know, how much on the dB meter I'm hitting. You know,
yeah.
it's
Seeing,
just loud.
I'd like to see just the simple um things like some of the community. I have one personal niche, and I'm really sorry, but I'm not hating on anybody, but I really have a hard time when I hear a car drive by, and this is coming from not a bass head. This I know is my OCD installer coming out.
This is the
But
guy with the quote unquote system.
the dude that rolls by with his system, as he's coming up towards you, you hear fucking just, I mean, it's on. You know, the
Right.
bass sounds good, the mids and highs sound good, and then all of a
That pure
sudden
SQL build.
when he gets literally even with you and then rolls past you, and all of a sudden all you hear is brrr from the license plate
Right.
rack.
Right.
Dude, I cringe so
You would
bad.
hate that.
Like,
Brother,
I
you
want to
would have hated the
follow him.
Malibu.
Yeah, but see,
I didn't
it's,
have no choice with that, man. My trunk was jumping like an inch and a half, 2 inches. No sound ending in that car whatsoever. Just
see, yes.
like you got two fat chicks in the trunk wrestling in aluminum cans.
Oh, don't be bringing the girls into this. We already got
Well,
Godzilla and
okay.
King
Well, then I hope
Kong.
I don't offend anybody, but the two midgets in the back wrestling in
Hell
aluminum
no, we got
cans.
Godzilla and King Kong according to E40 fighting in the trunk.
Right?
No.
Well, I renamed my car to King Kong, right?
Nice. I know there's a
Well,
Hulk.
after that, well, if you remember back when Bass Junkies started, and one guy, I posted a video and guy commented, it was this guy, I don't even remember who it was. Anyway, he commented, "What do you got in the trunk, King Kong?" Because I was listening to King Kong, you know.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's just kind of stuck with me, and then that's kind of why I went, did the fur the way I did,
Nice.
But
see, and I think for the truck on the design aspect, parts of it, like I said, are still going to be the same because it is my truck and I love the fur. Do I think I'm
oh
going
yeah,
to dance the fur like everybody else off the dash with one single 15 at 2000 watts, tuned so damn low? No, I don't. But if I do, it'll tickle me pink extra because I'm not expecting it. But from what
right.
I'm seeing on the
Well,
outputs of staying at 2000 watts versus going up to 4 or 5 at 16 hertz being the peak frequency,
right,
I'm looking at, uh, I think somewhere close, and this is just in closure. If I'm correct, I'm going to ask a certain person, especially if he comes up here. And please, everybody, do not bombard him with questions right away until we're done with the Q&A of him being a bass head. And then I want to see if he would answer some simple questions, you know, towards the meter or anything like that that
right.
any of us have, because I'd love to have Wayne Harris up here from Wayne Harris Industries, who actually makes the meter. He
Right,
is
right.
he's one of the OGs. And what's really cool is he the Terminator's back.
Oh shit!
Yeah. So
I just
when
went
it's
straight back to high school, brother.
yeah, well, when that
I
thing's
just
fully
went and trip in a time machine.
yeah, well, I wish I would have seen it with that big ass. I think that was like
Wasn't
a 30.
Terminator in I don't remember what magazine that was, but I believe Terminator was in it.
Well, shit, Terminator was on the news and everything. I
Yeah,
mean,
I mean, well, no, I brought up the magazine because I remember taking that double page out and gluing it to my wall, as my poster. I love that truck, And there
the
was other
Hearst,
trucks back, from back in the day that I remember, that I would do shit like that with.
that was the Hearst I'm talking about.
No, the one I
When,
was thinking about is a truck. I'm sorry.
yeah, you're thinking monster truck or base truck?
No, it was a base ride. It was a
Okay,
full on
well,
base ride, but I think it was I believe it was an S10 Blazer or something like that.
huh. Well, the original Terminator from back in the days was or at least Wayne Harris's Terminator was a Hearst, bro.
Was it
Out
an
of
orange one?
um, I've seen it as black and I've seen it as blue. It could have gone
I'm trying
different
to remember,
colors.
man. You know how long ago that was? I don't want to show anybody's age or nothing.
Yeah, well, let's just say
Let's just
this.
say back in the day.
His car before that was a Buick Regal. It didn't have enough room for a stereo system.
Right.
And to date this, and this is really funny, but he bought it for $850 a Hearst for
And
sitting out in the
it was
field.
probably, and it probably didn't sit long.
I don't know. He said there was a field kind of to pick from. And I want to
Oh,
say it's
okay.
out in East Texas. Hell, you know what? I hope Wayne doesn't hit us with a copyright for this or anything like that. But we are a base related channel, so I really hope that helps. And we are going to go the easiest way, and I will post a link to the channel.
Brother, I hate to tell you this. I got to duck out.
All right.
My phone's dying on me.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to.
Uh-oh, your phone might have just died. Yep. His phone died. It's all good, Jay. Yeah, Alan's his first name. Dante's his last name. Ha ha ha. 2019 DB Drags. Loudest vehicle at 184.9. I don't remember the frequency. Uh-oh. Oh, hell. You know what, y'all? I'm going to just end it there. I still will drop Wayne's link in the channel. Or at least the On that note, y'all have a great night. Hope you enjoyed the discussion. You can always put comments in the video if you watch it afterwards. The more comments, the better. If you do want to subscribe, that'd be great. But yeah, I think the camaraderie and the love for music and the enjoyment of and love for car audio should be our main goals no matter what we have, because every vehicle is different and a lot of the brands are different. And yeah, I mean, it's just it's kind of how it is. And people's ears are different, and some of their music choices may be different. You know, look at how many people's different frequencies we've had for favorites on the Q&A series, and we're up to episode number 9, and if everything goes right, that'll be my buddy Neal. So, which I guess he's got, from the understandings, he's got 2 rides. I know he's got one. What's up, Backroad Hillbillies? How are you? I'm just getting ready to shut it down. We've been on here yakking about car audio for 4.5 hours, roughly. How was your evening so far? Oh, it's all good. That's more important. Talking to the grandson. So, thank you for coming in, though. And I'm happy you came in and said, hey. That means a lot. So, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your wonderful Friday night. And my tired butt is going to actually go to bed. Well, still, that means he really needs it. Needs it more than ever. You too, once I go to sleep for a while, well, you'll see me up and around tomorrow. And I've got a guest tomorrow night for a question and answering on car audio. And then, yeah, 17 was an awkward age for more than one reason. And no, we're not even going to talk about girls. for this channel, it being awkward is some of your friends had driver's licenses at 16 and some of them got them at 17, and it was really awkward when you didn't get it till you were 18. But then, yeah, it might have been different. So who knows? But it made it more enjoyable because it made me see what people were doing with their cars and stuff like that. Yep. There's another reason right there. And that comes around to this community a lot is things like what is a budget? And it doesn't really matter if it's uh, man, that that sucks, but it can be a good thing too because now he can focus really into cars. You know, if he chooses to do that, which is really cool too. And it's the money aspect of it could be, one man's budget's, pennies to another, you know, and stuff like that. So there's terms, that we use, and it doesn't matter what you are, what you're into, what you're doing, you know, whether it be gardening or, because then you could say, well, soils, you know, fertilizers, whether organic or whatever, doesn't matter, but something for the plant. Even buying, in some people's case, they could say, well, heck, spending the money to get an old farm truck to learn mechanics. That would be sick. That would be way cool. Yeah. Yeah. I drive Nissan, so I really can't. I mean, my first car was a 64 Biscayne two-door and made by Chevy. And I couldn't afford one now, but if I had it, it would be completely done. It would be a money pit. I know that because, yeah. And it'd probably be in mom's name at the same time, just because well, it probably wouldn't be. She wouldn't like it once it got too expensive and insured and everything. Then she'd be like, screw you. That puts me in a tax bracket or something. Who knows? But, yep. 70s GMC. That'd be sweet. Heck, I think it's even it's a C10. Yeah, but even some of C10s and stuff like that, people want that kind of money for it. $60,000 car. That's why it was cool, and you could even find just an old 80s or like an 84, 85 little Toyota 4x4, but you can't even find those anymore. Oh, $60,000 for the Biscayne? Yeah, no joke. I bought mine for $900 on the paper route. That doesn't date me, right? uh, but yeah, I miss that car. That car was so much fun. 3 on the tree. It would have been fun to hand the keys to some of the kids nowadays and been like, "Here, can you drive this?" But yep, that was the first car I got, and I threw 415s and then 215s in it later. And yeah. Nice. That'd be sweet. I remember a kid, just because it fits this channel, there was a kid here in town that had a Ford Courier, and we slammed it and threw some music in it, and we had so much fun in it, dude, because we were out doing it versus the competitive side of everything. So once we got, people started getting more wanting to do the competitions and stuff like that, or have the bragging rights of what was what. I love the 3 on the tree. The granny gear. Nice. Nice. 52. See, and there's another good step side year. The 70s. I think it's like a 78 or something. But and the 73 too. I like the step side on the square body Chevys. And it looks better to me when they've got the quad headlights stacked on top of each other on the grill. I just on a lifted ass, seriously lifted step side square body. That just, yeah. That doesn't date me either. Beast wash. Yep. Yeah. See, my buddy had a 52, and then I think it was a 52. But he scared me so many times in that little truck. Those things fly. I swear they got wings underneath them. But yeah, the truck used to have its original motor, and it still flew. Uh-huh. The straight six. But then he went and dumped basically a race car motor. It was a stroker motor off a V8 platform, uh, and that thing was dumb. That thing, that's when it really scared the shit out of me. That was one of the last times I rode with him. See, and it's that kind of dumb that we do with car stereos on this channel. That's the easiest description of it is we do that kind of dumb. We kind of like that kind of dumb side of car audio. But it's fun. It's always been fun. Now it's just more, I wouldn't dump my system right now to full tilt if I had a system that went 150 dBs at 30, well, at anything above, I'd say honestly 16. I wouldn't even do it with 16 though. Ooh. Nice. I've seen a couple hot ones. My favorite for that, well, I drove a Biscayne. And you heard what year, the 64. So I loved the Nova, the Elko, the Impala, and the Biscayne because that whole front clip was interchangeable. Or it wasn't on the Nova Super Sport, but that thing was, the 64 Super Sports were crazy. The 67s were nice. I've seen so many that people have done so many things to, and it's like, I like it, and then it's like, have one speaker working, door speaker. Then you're in the right spot. This is where we should be able to find you somebody that could help you. Yep, the little boxy Nova. The cute little boxy Nova at that. With the 2 single headlights. But yeah, that car was always hot. And I've seen a few built for the quarter mile and stuff. And they were neat, but I saw one built that was more like you crossed American Muscle and Lowrider. And I say that because of the time period. It always made me think of that. But I guess you could say now any like super expensive high performance car. Well, see, that's what's nice is there's a thing called the volume knob. You don't need it to blow out your ears, but if it sounds clear all the way up to full volume, then you definitely don't have to turn it up full volume unless you just can't hear it at the time. or if you don't want to hear somebody else's stuff, that's when you throw in the earplugs and turn it up, roll down the windows, put in your earplugs, turn up the system with the windows down, and make the neighborhood hear it instead. Or the kids playing next to you and you just don't want to hear their music. Nice. That's awesome. So, but yeah, we were talking about batteries tonight, the usages of them, and like I was trying to get across earlier, and I hope I got it through, is if you overbuild your battery bank, especially for car audio use, it not only gives you a leeway on your amp draw, but it's also going to let your alternator work less. And or multiple alternators. But yep. Well, see, that we talk about too, because like I said, everything, uh we say it a lot, budget is, one man's budget might be, I've got the change in my pocket, literally like quarters, pennies, that kind of stuff going into a container, versus somebody that's, you know, working a really, really good paying job, or working for a company, or something, or just comes from, very spendy, to where, they could drop $10,000 and wouldn't blink an eye kind of people. No matter how they got it, but just somebody with that kind of money versus somebody that's got to literally save, you know, a year to buy an amplifier, a $400 amplifier, that to me, I mean, that means a lot. Everybody's budget is such a, I wouldn't even take it to Coinstar. I still roll my money. That's how old school my butt is. Thank you, Grandma. Because Coinstar, I think they charge you a little bit to give you money, but it is easier. Or like some of my friends say that, that jar could be their casino money, you know, or uh, it was for the grandkids or something, to where the grandkids can always get some pocket money type thing, So, yeah. And earlier, budget also plays in with gardening and everything else. And it just, we do it because we love music. Ever hear about the old school 45 record player on the home? He he he. See, that's the type of stuff we like to hear and talk about. I had my cassette deck stolen that I bought myself out of my car and had to figure out a way to get music while I drove. And my buddy, who drove an Impala, said that, here, check this out. He goes, this way. He goes, you see me in class all the time jamming to my music. And I was like, yeah. And he goes, and then you see me in the car and I'm jamming to my music. And I was like, yeah. And he goes, go look at my car. And he hadn't got in it yet. And I looked and I was like, you ain't got a radio. He goes, I go, you got some cord hanging out of there? And he goes, yeah, exactly. He goes, uh, in my dash, you pull out, or in the glove box, you pull out this little thing that fit into the sleeve hole of the radio or on the dash, and he'd plug in his Walkman and set it in there like they have now, the cup holder type things. So, yeah, he's all, there's my stereo. And I was like, nuh-uh. And he hit play and I heard his music come on. I was like, for real? And he's like, yep. He goes, you got the same setup? I was like, yeah. And he goes, there you go. So I did, and yeah, that was way cool. But the record player and stuff, yeah, that is totally that's right up the alley of this channel and stuff. We were talking about record players earlier getting in trouble for mixing and stuff like that. I love it. Use Coinstar versus the casino. I always win. That's very, very true. I've been thankful these last 2 years that I saved coins and I don't do it as much, which is really bad. Grandma smacked my hand or something. But I don't go through them and look for imperfections and stuff. I just collect my change. And when I've got a lot, I go to the store and ask them if they want some quarters and stuff or dimes and stuff like that. So my pennies, I just kind of collect. I'll have that $28,000 penny in there. I kind of think they're cool now. only because of the idea of trying to do something like that, the ingenuity. But yeah, I just I don't know. Yep, straight ingenuity. Sorry. Got a message. But base head problems. Yeah, I think the vinyls are cool. I know it won't make it back out into the cars unless, well, I can't say that because there is an F350 that has a DJ platform on the tailgate. I don't know if it's for like digital records or if it's actually like they didn't really go into detail showing it off, which kind of sucked because I actually like that kind of stuff, and that would be really, really neat to have a full DJ setup. But yeah, I just hit the 5 hour mark. I've had 4 hours sleep in the last 2 days. I'm ready for bed. I shouldn't even be yawning like that. Yep. Well, they've got a huge system and all hit the newest uh, let's see. Do, do, do. Okay, if magnet fishing after yard work, let's just say that's your last video, then I'll drop a comment in there. When I do if I get the chance, or when I do because I think I'll be able to get the video done, but I'll comment your latest video to send you a video of that truck, or at least the truck's owner, my interview with the truck's owner and everything, which I will add that video into it. So, yeah. Unless the truck's out of country, but then when I find that out, then I'll just send you a video that I can. It's an amazing build. But then, heck, there's so many cars. There's even trucks down in Brazil called Som cars, and there's a company, and I hope I'm pronouncing it right, but it's just one of the companies that do it, is Carita Som Car, and they have a diesel truck trailer full of speakers on the side. The whole side is a stereo wall. And I asked one of my coworkers at the when I was talking to him one day when I was working for this one company, and I asked him, I was like, bro, is this real? Like, how far away is this, and stuff? And he goes, what, where they're filming? And I was like, well, dude, you can see this is kind of close. I said, but sure, how far away can you hear this? And he goes, I don't remember which trailer it was. He goes, but you could hear it at 5 miles, and it sounded like your average dance club. And I was like, oh my God, dude, that's holy smokes. And it shows videos where there's people like, they've got a distance thing, but sometimes it doesn't matter about the distance. But yeah, some of them have roped off section to where you can't go up to them and stuff. It's just, it's nuts. That stuff's nuttier than fruitcakes. Or nuttier than peanut butter cookies. As long as they're not the funky, creamy peanut butter cookies. And when I say creamy, I'm talking the ones that were made with no, because peanut butter cookies need to have nuts in them. That's so wrong in so many aspects, but yeah, we've already hit 5 hours and 14 minutes tonight, which that's way off topic. So I have to go have a smoke. Call it a night. Oh, damn it. So much love to everybody. Yep, chunks are mandatory. Much love, everybody in the music and basshead world. Some of you, good morning. And some of us are good night. So have a wonderful night, and I will talk to y'all later. And tomorrow we have Neal coming up. So even though in the description it says that's who was coming up, and I tried changing it, but whatever. I'll change this afterwards. So everything will be correct. So check y'all later. Have a good night. Peace.